The
next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
ध्वजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Viravatrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree. The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha. Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha. Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Next up is the Nikutaka Karana. From Arimandi position, heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham. The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Virunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसाद्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward. As you repeat, Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel. Repeating Vidunarasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दो भणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो वो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एड़ी दो गुदातरी आने फना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादतलो पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide. Then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakabusandhi asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमे वेशक उपदठाने दो गोहा तपगमी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्यता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha. Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishtasana. Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal region. As you gaze through the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Paramashivoham.
दो बूकर की उभय हथेली कोरवार ली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Lichaka Kumbhaka.
जानो बरिला लाटंतो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुभरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उल्भौतो वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पूर्वचरपट चौक कहियो सोजी वाही विधियो की जे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together, and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the yoni mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगो पकतली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midaki Pavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिपकथली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगो पकतली संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chadapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोगो पकतली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
उल्भव संपेड्य जान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nityanandoham.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने.
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूल द्वार नीचे दे.
The next asana is Nadadasana. Now, sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sejnadada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिल लगा बेफेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामांगुष्टंतो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. In Siddhkari Kumbhaka.
सर्वे दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने.
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground, in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूल द्वार नीचे दे.
Next up is Narudasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Naruda.
पिष्टिज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा वे फेरी।
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्।
Next up is Matsendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः।
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए।
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्।
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः।
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe and prana mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए।
The hand to the ground behind you. Twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्।
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nityananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा।
The next asana is Padmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो यत्नतः।
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्बोरौरन्तरे करौ।
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, Raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वपरि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ दो वैसे बहुरो जगते करे कैसे
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाजी जाने दोई
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves. and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, घोड़ा तरे का घसीटा ने.
The next asana is Parikhasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
पगदली संपुट करी हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Hold your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda
Today's subject, karma. Please understand, this subject can be defined, interpreted, not just thousands or lakhs, millions of ways. It's literally infinite ways the subject can be defined. Of course, any sacred truth, any sacred secret can be defined in multiple ways. But usually, the way I define, the definition itself most provocative, provoking you towards activism, invoking completion in you. Most provoking activism, invoking completion. This is actually the definition of the way things should be defined. Definition of definition. How something should be defined. It should be provoking you towards the truth. It should be provoking you towards activism, towards truth. Understand, based on this definition of definitions, I'll define the word karma. Please listen. Listen carefully. Any thought current or thought pattern in which you are stuck is karma. Listen. the thought current or thought pattern, any thought current, any thought pattern in which you are stuck is karma. Stuck thought current, suffocating thought current, suffocating thought pattern, suffocating thought trend is karma. Apply this one line definition in any zone of your life or any dimension of your life.
Karma and incompletions are different.
I can say that karma is the side effect of incompletions.
The young age I was spending a lot of time in traveling, doing pilgrimages and wanderings. So I was near Varanasi, a small place near Ghazipur. There was a small town. I was staying there and taking care of one sadhu, one very elderly sadhu. He was in his deathbed. I was staying in the hospital, ICU. ICU means don't visualize Hyderabad ICUs. The village hospital ICUs. I can say town hospitals ICUs. Kind of a two broken steel cart, but for a town it was well equipped. For that size town it was well equipped. I was taking care of him. In North India, the tradition is all the young sadhus will take care of the old sadhus. Taking care of sadhus is considered as a great punya, especially when they are sick and old. I was taking care of this sadhu. At that time, I happened to see one guy dying in the hospital, in the ICU. Next bed. I was with this sadhu, I saw that next bed, that guy started dying. Please understand, I am describing as I experienced. And I am responsible for what I am talking. I know many people follow the instructions I give. Many people practice these teachings. Because of that, I have to be more responsible about what I am talking. See, if nobody is listening, nobody is caring, nobody is practicing, I can talk what I want. But I know millions of people are practicing what I am talking, listening to what I am talking. So I am responsible for what I am uttering. With that responsibility, I am telling you, as exactly I experienced. I saw this person dying. It was such a strong experience for me. Still, even when I remember, even now I can just see visually the whole thing in front of me, including that old glass on that steel table near that patient. I can see everything so vividly. That guy he started dying. The doctors were standing around and trying to help, support him, whatever medically they can do, giving oxygen or whatever medically they can do, they were trying to do. But of course, they were not able to save him. He started leaving the body. First time, I was seeing death directly. In the young age, I saw my old grandmother dying, but I didn't have the vision or the spiritual experience to see what is happening in the being. Here, I was able to see very clearly what is happening in that being. But I was not able to help. I was not able to do any help to that person, but I was able to see what was happening. In few minutes, I saw that that person's soul was not able to tolerate that pain. It just dived into coma. Means like see, in your system, you have an automatic painkiller mechanism. That is a coma. The pain is too much, you fall into coma. That's a kind of an automatic painkiller mechanism. It's not that you will not have pain, you will not feel the pain. When it becomes too much, like a sound, if it is too less, you can't hear. If it is too much, you can't hear. The frequency is more, you can't hear. The same way, the pain is beyond certain frequency, you push yourself into coma. You can't experience it anymore. You can't see anymore. I saw that person just jumped into coma. The moment he fell into the coma, his being, his soul started leaving the body. See, because he fell into the coma, all his old engrams, samskaras become alive, awakened. It's like when you fall into the dream state, all your desires will be awakened. Desire, fear, guilt, everything will be wildly playing on you. You can see very clearly. Sometime early morning, if you wake up, the moment you wake up, if you remember, just few moments before, because you are not aware of yourself, you are not aware of the self was not alive, individual and clear, how your fears were possessing you. For example, if you had the dream like you are running, escaping from a snake or elephant, you can see very clearly, the moment you wake up, how the whole thing is empty, but when you are in that coma stage, how it was looking really like a reality, truth. I saw very clearly, same way, that soul dropping into the coma, and all the desires, unfulfilled desires, just become alive. See, when you don't have logic, the individual awareness, you will not see the difference between the dream state and waking state. That is why kids, till they develop the logic, if they feel hungry in the dream state, they will cry in the waking state. Whatever they experience in the dream state, they will feel in the waking state. They can't differentiate between the dream state and waking state. The dream, if they feel that somebody has beaten them or some problem, they will be crying in the waking state. They can't see the difference. If the logic is not sharp enough, if the individual awareness is not there, in Sanskrit we have a word, Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam, means individual awareness. If that is not there, you will not have the difference between the dream and waking state. I saw in this person, please understand, through this story I am revealing some of the important truths related to death. And I am responsible for all the words I am uttering. I will answer all your questions related to the subject I am talking. Any doubt you have, you can note down and write a question. The next session I will answer. Just like if you go to a lawyer, he is ethically bound to give you the right opinion about the problem. So an enlightened being is ethically bound to tell you the truth exactly as it happens about the cosmos, the cosmic questions like a life and death and everything. So, even if it was little shocking, even if it was little against your religious beliefs, your ideas, I am sorry about offending you, but what I am saying is truth. I am expressing it as it happened. Because the person fell into a coma, I saw very clearly all his desires become alive. Almost like the frequency of the desires is much more than the frequency of his individual soul. So he is just kicked left and right by those desires. This guy has become just 4 feet and the desires are standing 20-30 feet. Like a football is being played by those desires. They are kicking him left and right. Anyhow, it was a terrible suffering for that person. He felt very deeply depressed that he did not leave all these desires. He wants to stay back in the body and leave all those desires. But body is telling, no, I am tired. I can't host you anymore. Please get out. Body says, I am pushing you out. But the desires are so tall, so imposing, so influencing. The soul wants to stay back in the body and enjoy, but unable to. This fight, this conflict is what I call suffering, the death suffering. Understand? Do not think you will go to hell and you will be put in the hell and boiled. No, this process is hell. There is no separate hell. This process is hell. All the engrams, your engrams, which you carry as, which you cherish, which you think as life, will be awakened the moment you fall into the coma. So I saw that soul was moving through the desires with tremendous suffering, deep suffering. Then slowly that soul moved to the next level. Next level I saw, instead of desires, that soul was attacked by the guilt. See, when you feel I should live like this, it's a desire. When you feel I should have lived like that, it's a guilt. When your soul goes towards the future, it's desire. If it goes towards the past, it's guilt. I saw the soul getting caught with a deep guilt. Oh, I should have done this, I should have done this, I should have lived like that, I should have finished that fellow that time. I did not fight properly, I did not do this properly. You can see even now in your life. Morning, if you finish your fight in the house and go to the office while you are working, all the points will come. Oh, I missed this point. I missed that point. You will prepare your notes and come back in the evening. The moment you enter the house, shoes will fly and start the session again with all the points which you remembered. And again, when you are in front of the spouse, in that heat, you will forget 4 or 5 points to answer. So that night, while you are in the bed, you will start taking the notes. Next day, you are ready. Anyhow, the guilt of that person was so strong that soul immediately wanted to go back to that body and want to relive all those incidents as he wants. Wanted to redo everything. But body says, no, I am tired, get out. And with that load, please understand, when that soul was going through every desire, the stress on that soul was getting increased. The load was getting increased. Then that soul started moving towards the guilt. Then again more load getting added. This load is what I call karma. Please understand. When you go through the desire or guilt, all the load happens on you. All your decision, no, I did not live that way, now I will live. I did not do this, now I will do. All those decisions you make is your prarabdha with which you assume the next body. Please understand. Your life is not direct result of your past actions. It is your decisions made about the past actions is this life. For example, last life, you gave 100,000 rupees to somebody, or you cheated 2,000 rupees from somebody. You killed 2 people. You saved 10 people. Your life in this life is not totality of all those actions. Your decisions about all those actions. For example, you see, oh, saving gave me so much of joy. This time I will save 100 people. Oh, killing gave me real joy. This time I am going to give 100 people. No. When I swindled money, I felt very bad. This time I won't swindle. No. Last time when I served the money, gave money to others, I felt very joyful. This time I will give more. What decisions you make about those incidents when you leave the body is this life. Please understand, I am throwing one of the important light on the concept of karma. I am breaking the traditional idea of karma.
When you are born, each time you are born, you give one more chance to yourself. Please listen. God is not giving one more chance. There is nobody else giving you one more chance. You give one more chance to yourself. You give one more chance to yourself. When you give one more chance to yourself, you declare completion. Your declaration of completion keeps your Kundalini completely alive and awakened. Please listen. Every birth is your declaration of completion. Every birth is your declaration of completion. You decide, come on, I declare completion. I will now work from completion, from the space of completion. Actually, when you fail in your declaration during your birth, see, during the birth you declare completion and start the whole thing new. If you fail from that space of completion, you bring some of your past incompletions back. That is what is prarabdha karma. The karma which you bring back from the past incompletions is prarabdha. If you don't fall at all from that completion and continue to be in the space of completion, you don't become incomplete at all. Then I can tell you, you are an incarnation. Whenever you bring your past incompletions back and allow them to live and express through your body, means whenever you are possessed by your incompletions, your Kundalini is sleeping or unconscious. It is beaten to sleep. Whenever you are possessed by completion space, your Kundalini is wide, awake, alive, functioning. So whenever you have a Kundalini experience, Kundalini awakening, be very clear. For those moments, your completion is possessing you. But unfortunately, as usual, you fall back to the donkeyhood. From divinehood to donkeyhood. From monkhood to donkhood. It is unfortunate we fall back. Next question. What are different types of karma? Listen. The thought pattern which you don't enjoy, which you already feel it is outdated, and which is constantly suffocating you, shrinking you, is sanjita karma. And the thought pattern in which you feel you are stuck but you are able to cause few things as your reality in your life. That is agamya karma. But because you want to cause one or two things in your life as reality, the thought pattern you accept brings untold, unimagined, unexpected bondages, side effects, after effects in your life. That is called agamya. Listen. Husband is a person who stands by you during all the troubles, tortures, sufferings, pains, which will not be there in your life if he is not there. That is the definition of agamya karma. You try to cause your reality in one dimension of your life, and you accept certain thought current, thought pattern into your lifestyle, which causes multiple other suffocations and bondages, unimagined, unexpected, untold, unbriefed. Understand? Just because you want to own a home, sometimes you get stuck in the home for next 40 years paying your bank home loan. You want home. That's the reality you want to cause. But when you cause that reality, the thought current you accept and assume on you, the responsibility you bring upon you, can suffocate and bind you in unimagined, unexpected, untold, unseen, multiple ways. This is the example for agamya. Prarabdha means not ready to allow either the outdated, suffocating thought pattern or the thought pattern which causes your reality partially. Deciding boldly to go on renouncing any thought current, thought pattern, even if you suspect them that they are not going to cause your reality completely. If you go on discarding, the discarding will become a lifestyle. That discarding thought pattern, thought trend, thought current is prarabdha. Means only exhausting. No more accumulation. Waking up to the reality any thought current, any thought trend cannot cause all my realities as reality. Coming to that understanding and waking up to that reality is enlightenment. Not ready to be stuck in any thought current is the liberated thinking current. Not ready to revere, honor any thought current is liberated thinking current. Not ready to honor, revere any thought current is completion. Not ready to honor, accept, revere any thought current is perpetual completion. Not ready to accept any thought current as a lifestyle is perpetual completion. I have a next question. Can you please comment about the following statements? Are they myth or reality? First statement, karma means that the effect of our actions will come back to us in the future. Myth. Karma means the effect of your thought currents will come back to you in the future. Till you complete. That's the reality. Karma means that the effect of our actions will come back to us in the future is a myth. There is no CCTV recording going on in the cosmos, where your actions will be bringing suffering to you in the future. No. But your thought currents will be bringing the results in the future. There is audio recording going on in the cosmos, not video recording. Video recording means your actions being captured. Audio recording means your thought currents being captured. Cosmos has only audio recording, no video recording. Understand, cosmos has no CCTV camera. It's only video muted camera, audio recording. A video recording getting punished is a cheap, childish. God is not interested in that game. God is not playing the game of the judge. And there is no such thing as you will be judged, weighed based on your actions. That is childish, too childish, immature. If God is supposed to do the job, you don't need God. You have enough men who can just analyze the CCTV footage of your life and pass the judgment, whatever is required. Understand, because your organ of seeing is impacting you so much, then the organ of listening, you think cosmos also judges based on the action. No. Only the thought current comes back as karma, not the action current. next statement here. You can cancel out bad karma with good karma by doing good things. It's a myth. It's a myth. Please listen. You can cancel out any karma by cancelling that whole thought pattern, whole thought current. If you are not able to give up even one small parts of your thought current and cause even parts of your reality, that is called bad karma, if you are able to break and give up on parts of your thought current and make parts of your reality into reality, that can be called as good karma. If you are able to break the whole thought current and go beyond that thought trend, it is called completion.
Anything, if it does not bring powerlessness to you, it will not bring karma. It can be as complicated as going for a war, or as simple as chewing a pan. Listen. As complicated as killing millions in the war, or as simple as chewing a pan. It can be anything, but it will not bring karma to you if it does not bring powerlessness to you. I, when it experiences itself as we, due to the pure completion and creation, that is what is called the Jagat Janana, the pure substance of the existence Shiva, out of creativity, joy, powerfulness, completion, becomes Devi and starts celebrating his own existence. Please listen. I am repeating, when the I becomes we out of incompletions added into it, it becomes the karmic life. When the I becomes we out of pure completion and the creativity, it becomes avataric life. Whether your life is a karmic life or avataric life, you diagnose, you decide. And you can change from karmic life to avataric life. You can change it from karmic life to avataric life. So understand, start moving from pure completion. Move yourself to more and more and more completion. When I becomes we out of completion, when the we merges into I out of completion, you are an incarnation. Yoga will make I becoming we out of completion. Completion will make we becoming I out of completion. Morning yoga, you will see the I becomes we out of pure completion. Night completion, you will see we becomes I out of pure completion. Out of pure completion, when I becomes we becomes I, your life is the life of an incarnation. Jivan Mukta. When I becomes we out of incompletions and we becomes I out of incompletions, then your life is karmic life. The power of completion is it does personality change. The power of incompletion is it does personality change. Both has the power to change your personality. Only you have to decide whether to change for good or for bad.
Karma is an unfulfilled action, unfulfilled engram. Please understand, it's unfulfilled engram. For example, you have some strong anger, hiding anger about your parents, about your sister, about your family members. That's a karma. Now, unless you complete it, unless you make it perfect, complete, you will not be relieved from it. At some situation, very difficult situation, that engram will come up and it will be so strong, knowingly you will put yourself in a big mess. Understand? Knowingly you will put yourself in big mess. It is not that all the time people put themselves in a big mess unknowingly. No. Knowingly you put yourself in a big mess. Karmanye vadikaraste ma baleshu gatachanaha ma karma balahe durbuhu mate sankostva karmani. Uncompleted, incomplete karmas, when they are sitting in you, they will be so wild, so strong. They will find some justification. Usually they find the justification of comparison. Why? Why should I alone be non-violent? He is also violent. Let me be also violent. Only then I can protect myself. Understand? By all your justification, you may try to be violent. That is not going to protect you. He will also be in a soup. You will also be in a soup. That's all. Both of you can swim in the same soup. That is not going to solve your problem. He will also be in a chaos because he is violent. You will also be in a chaos because you are violent. Understand? Minus, plus, minus is not plus in the cosmic law. Only in mathematics minus plus minus is plus. No. In the cosmic law, it does not apply. Minus into minus is not plus. In cosmic law, minus, minus, minus. Understand? Just because he does bad karma, your bad karma is not justified. Then you come up with something. Practicality. What is practicality? No. In this plane, this is only possible. Then suffer that plane sufferings.
Incompletions are not agamya. I can say it's a mixture of prarabdha and sanjita causing its effect in ahamya. See, the source of incompletion is not agamya. Agamya means accumulated karma. Please listen. Prarabdha is brought karma. Sanjita is your kind of a reserve karmas, like all karmas of your past, like reserve bank. And agamya is accumulated karma. So incompletion start from the brought and the reserve. That is the source of incompletion, which leads to more and more incompletion. So agamya is not actually the incompletion. Incompletion is, I can say, incompletion happens from the prarabdha and sanjita. All of you are understand. Let me give you the simple explanation. See, from the day one you happened, all the karmas you committed in through many janmas is called sanjita. Like a reserve of karmas. Then the karma you brought in this body to work it out, complete it. That's called prarabdha. And while you are working these karmas out, what you accumulate is ahamya. Ahamya. But unfortunately, your sanjita and prarabdha has incompletions. Agamya also incompletion starts.
What is karma? Swamiji beautifully explained about the karma. Any thought current that you're stuck in, any thought pattern that you're stuck in, you're not able to break it up. That is karma. So remember, just go on breaking your thought pattern. Swamiji very specifically told any thought current, whether it is you feel it is good thought current, whether it is bad thought current, any thought current that you are stuck in, any thought pattern that you are stuck in is karma. Of course, Swamiji shared very vivid, detailed explanation of the karma and through various examples. So with this, let's enter into the internalization exercise on what is karma.
Yes, so just come back to the session itself, the revelations from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who says, flood more awareness, more intelligence into your thinking system. Flood more awareness, more consciousness into your decision-making system. Let's start looking at an internalization exercise. Are you fully conscious of every action you engage in? So requesting all participants, please gather a paper and pen. So this will be, you will be writing these down for yourself. So requesting this, we also have some participants with the camera switched off. So we have Ma Kylie Wang and Ma Shu Wei Ping, requesting you both, please switch on your cameras and be available for this program, for the program. And requesting all participants, please gather a pen and paper. So whether you're with us in the YouTube, in the Zoom room or on YouTube, you can take part in this internalization exercise. We'll display the questions, the exercise on the screen shortly. So there are a number of questions to ask yourself. Are you fully conscious of every action that you engage in? Are you aware every moment of your life? Take a few minutes and reflect and scan your actions throughout today. So let us just sit and for this first exercise, let us just reflect and scan everything that you've done today and understand whether you are fully conscious of every action that you engage in. Start becoming aware of every action that you are engaged in. Are you aware at every moment of your life? So let's contemplate, reflect, and scan your actions for today. Let's take a few minutes.
Understand the blueprint which we carry inside us is responsible for our whole life. This is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism calls engraved memories. Very loosely, we call it as karma. The person who thinks everybody is equal starts looking at the outer world to make everything equal, which never happens. If you understand you are unique, suddenly you will start looking inside. The person who has the knowledge about the blueprint, which he is carrying, will never suffer. That is the end of his suffering. So naturally, the looking inside gives you the knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying. Knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying is what I call ultimate knowledge. This is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now let's enter into the second exercise. If you understand you are unique, then you start looking inside. Start looking inside now. Ask these questions to yourself. Why I am unique? Why I am the way in which I am? Why I am who I am? Why I am what I am? So please go ahead, take a moment and answer these questions for yourself. Please continue. Now slowly, very slowly, you can relax from this internalization exercise. When you understand that you are unique, you start looking into yourself and you ask these questions. When you ask these questions, then you receive that answer. So today we'll be manifesting the power of Laghima and Garima. So let's get ready to manifest the powers of third eye. And today we'll be manifesting the power of Garima, reducing the weight of the object. So before entering into the object, entering into the power manifestation, let's enter into the Sas Pramana, which is a scriptural reference for manifesting this science. So this is taken from Shiva Samhita. The verse goes as Maranam khadyate tena sakena pi khadyate tasya sat parama siddhir animadi guna prada vayu sanchirate dehi rasa vriddhi bhave dhruvam akashi pankaja dala piyusamapi vardhate. Translation of this verse goes as death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as anima, laghima, mahima, etc. The wind, the wind energy moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body are also increased. Rasavriti. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus, Akasa Pankaja, also increases in him. So with this, let's get ready to manifest the power of Laghima, reducing the weight of a small object which is close to you. So you can quickly find an object which is just close to you, any small object, and have the initial measurement, the weight of the object. Please go ahead. And take the measurement and let us know. You can see, and requesting all the participants on YouTube and to be available in the Zoom chat, in the YouTube chat, and all the participants on YouTube. You can in the Zoom, Zoom. Please switch on your cameras and let us know that you are participating in the power manifestation. So we have Ma Xiawu, Ma Showi Ping, Ma Kaliwang. Yes, Nityanama, Ma Showi Ping.
Nitanima, you're welcome.
Yes. All right. So once you have taken the initial, the weight, you can take the initial weight through any ways. If you have the weighing scale, actual weighing scale, you can measure the weight of the object. And if you don't have the weighing scale, you can download a app on the Google Play Store through which you can place a small object so that it won't hamper your phone and measure the weight of the object. All right. Once you have taken the initial weight, let's enter into the manifestation. Sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The sweetest moment that you cherish with Swamiji. Remember that moment and start to unclutch from every single thought. Start to unclutch from all the activities, all the fears, all the desires, all the worries. Just go on unclutching. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now, with that deep feeling connection, let's enter into this manifestation with that strong declaration to decrease the weight to reduce the weight of the object which is close to you. So let's enter into this manifestation. Let's begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, you can relax now. And take a moment and let us take a second measurement of the object that we are reducing in size. So yes, let us take a second measurement of the weight of the object. So the object that we are reducing in weight. So requesting all participants to once again use the same measuring tool that you used initially to get the standard, the initial reading. And let us know in the chat the difference between the two readings. So for those of you that are on YouTube, that are following us on YouTube, you can let us know in the YouTube chat. Let us know how you went. So you can definitely take part, even if you're following us on YouTube. Of course, it's a better experience in the Zoom room on two-way. It's a much more tailored experience, more tailored learning environment. So if you wish to join us, we'll be posting the link to the Zoom room. So you can join us in the two-way for a better learning experience. We'll be sharing that shortly. All right. So for those of you in on YouTube, we're just posting the link now for the two-way for the Zoom room. Meanwhile, if you are still sharing the results of your power manifestation, you can still go ahead and do so. Meanwhile, we will be getting ready for the next segment in our program for today.
Yes, and the next session is going to be revelation by Swamiji on the types of karma. So you understand the first revelation by Swamiji was on what is karma. We understood what is karma. Now let's enter into the revelation by Swamiji on what is karma. It's very important to understand the karma, and throughout the day we'll be having sessions on the karma. In this revelation by Swamiji, will be understanding the types of karma that most of us might be familiar with. Agame, actually these words already was introduced by Swamiji in the previous revelation. Agame karma, prarabdha karma, and sanchita karma. So as we go through these sessions, make sure understanding these each and everything is very important to break our thought pattern, break our thought where we are stuck in, as Swamiji reveals. Moment you are stuck in any thought pattern, moment you are stuck in any thought current, that is karma. So to break free from these patterns, to break free from the karma itself, we need to understand and consciously break this karmic cycle itself. So let's enter into this revelation with Swamiji on types of karma.
For you guys, you don't have the ability to make this body alive. Either this body is alive or it is dead, that's all. It's not under your control. But for an enlightened person, it's under his control. He can either make this body alive or he can relax. Because of that ability, he can make some other body also alive.
when he chooses to make a stone or a metal alive, it becomes a representative of his very self. All the deities, the major temple deities, or traditional temples, are all deities energized by enlightened masters. Tiruvannamalai Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Chidambaram, Patanjali, and Tanjavur, Karuvurar, Tirupati, Kunganavar, Madurai, Meenakshi, like these enlightened beings are energized those murtis. So it is considered the very body of an enlightened master. So disciples start serving even after he leaves the physical body, that considering that body as his own body, they start serving. They start serving. So that is the reason the deities receive the same respect of an enlightened master. So it's like whoever is initiated by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, their generation starts doing worship in Arunachala temple. They are his disciples. They take care of the master. So that's the reason you will see whatever is done to human beings, master, same thing will be done to the deity. Can you give a mic for her?
Yesterday during the Homa, what I heard you say was that in energizing the deities, that there would be an independent intelligence, that energy, your own. So if I understand you, also, when we are with the deities and serving them, they are responding to us in the
Yes.
same way that you
Yes.
could, and in the same way that Kali Devi did to Ramakrishna.
Yes, same.
And even after you choose to leave the body, you're still with us in those
You see,
forms.
masters, even after they leave the body, they decide to stay and continuously available to disciples through the deities which they energize. That is one thing. Even during my life, my physical presence is not possible everywhere, you see. So these deities will do my work. They are my representatives.
And so when you energize things for us like padakas and whatnot, or the
Padakas, see, padakas are more a energy center, but they will not be like an independent intelligence. But the deities will be independent intelligence. The deity takes a lot of, it's a big process. Energizing a deity is more like a giving birth. Padakas is more like a blessing. It will be energy center, like whatever information you give, it will reach me. That's all. But the deities directly will respond. It will just answer.
Yeah.
It's much more stronger center than Padakas. Sorry, huh? I didn't understand.
But thank you for bringing them all to North America.
Yes. Now you got 117. 117 have already landed in Los Angeles. And just before coming to Delhi, just before coming to Himalayas, I went to Jaipur and picked up some 70 more. 70 more marble, they are also coming. So let you guys have fun. Huh? Each temple will have something like 20 to 25 murtis. All our 15 USA temple. In USA alone, we are having 15 temple. Oh, just now we increased one more, 16. In Ireland also we are building. In Texas, Florida, Orlando, Disney World. We are trying to create a spiritual Disney World. Working on getting some murtis there. We are going to have a temple there. If you see our puja, our ashram routine, you will see morning they will play the song to wake him up. They will give a oil and tooth powder, a small cup of oil for hair and a small cup of tooth powder for brushing. And then after that they will give him a bath and give a fresh cloth ironed cloth, just like how I wear. Same way. Whether Bididi or Ohio or Hyderabad, all our temples, you will see the same routine. Or Los Angeles, same routine. Then they'll give puja, food, evening aarti. The 5-time puja will go on. Night they will again put them in bed and fan for 10 minutes. You see, this all does not add anything to him. It adds to us. Living with God, practicing the presence of God, practicing the presence of the Master is puja. It's nothing but every day remembering. See, yesterday I was telling about this click and initiations. If you decide to remind yourself every day all the clicks which happened in you, that is what becomes a ritual. Everything they do in Aarti, everything is connected to one click. So when you do that, you remember and you raise yourself to that mood. Whenever some serious low mood or depression is happening in you, if the right click is reminded, that's a great service done to you. Because the moment you remember what will happen, you will come out. You will just come out and out. I'll today explain about this. How this karma and rituals are directly connected. How our prarabdha, agamya, sanchita karmas and rituals are connected. I'll explain. Then we can go and see. I told them today prepare for Aarti. Today morning somebody asked to explain about Aarti and all. I did not see those questions. Means attention need question only. Not truth seeking question. Attention seeking question. I hate these fellows who come and talk to me for attention need. If they talk to me to know the truth, I will always answer. But I can very clearly make out in body language whether this fellow is around me for seeking the real truth or seeking the attention. If they are attention seekers, I'll say, just go out. Put it in writing and I'll answer. Okay, then tomorrow morning I'll explain with a drawing about the prarabdha, sanchita, agamya and this, how the rituals directly eliminate those karmas, those samskaras, engraved memories and help you to come out of it. Rituals are very powerful tools, powerful techniques. Because it takes time and energy, these fools doesn't want to do, and they think they can achieve everything without doing anything. Many people ask me, you are enlightened, why should you do rituals? I tell them, because I am enlightened only, I am teaching rituals. No ritual is needed for enlightenment. Let me tell you a small story. One fellow went to the hotel, started eating, and he ate 8 idlis. 9th idli, his hunger got settled. Then server came and gave the bill for 9 idlis. This fellow said, no, I will pay only for 1 idli, 9th idli, which put my hunger off, with which I got my hunger settled. And first 8 idlis did not do that job. Only 9th idli did the job of quenching my hunger. So I will pay only for that idli. How it will be? Same way only people who reject rituals are rejecting the first 8 idlis. The 9th idli worked because of first 8 idlis. So your meditation will work because of all these rituals, not by rejecting all these preliminary things. If you reject all these preliminary things, you think that directly you can eat 9th idli. It will never happen. Whoever is thinking directly they can eat 9th idli, they will be just sitting and eating the first idli and starving. Maybe they will think themselves, oh, I think this much only is the life. That is why the so-called Vedantis, so-called meditators, all the fellows will be depressed. Long face. Really? Long face. As if just now they had constipation. Ramakrishna says beautifully, as long as you think you have a body, you will be able to relate only with some body to the cosmic energy. Only when you lose your body consciousness, you can see divine also formless. Till then you need some form and some reminding rituals. See, earlier, first, my 3 years of mission, from 2003 to 2006, I never gave in ritual along with our meditation. Till 2006, only meditation. Only in 2006, I added the Guru Puja into Nitya Dhyan. Now, see, 2003, 4, 5, 3 years, if I have taught meditation to 500,000 people, only 20 to 30% people continue doing after 3 months also. Within 3 months, other 70% are all, that's all. Forget about it. Now, after I added the Guru Puja into Nitya Dhyan, now it became a ritual. More than 80% who take initiation follow now. I did a statistics study, did a survey. Now, anybody who gets initiated, more than 80% of the people follow the Nitya Dhyan. Because it became a ritual. You have to do. You have to do. So I think it is good to have a little ritual, even along with meditation, so that the regular habit of sitting and doing, the sadhana, regular sadhana, will be there. Otherwise, these fellows don't do regularly. Today my mother-in-law is here. Tomorrow my father-in-law is here. My sister-in-law is here. Too much work. And after 2 days, they all have gone. I am just enjoying having my vacation. I don't want to do today. If I am happy today, I am happy. Why meditation? If I am depressed, today I am depressed. How can I meditate? These guys find some logic. But if it is ritual, you can't find any logic. It has to be done. That's why I added little rituals. All right, then no other question? We can go and see the Aarti. Of course, after tomorrow's explanation, if you guys see the Aarti and if I explain, it will be much more clean, much more, you will be able to understand much more deeply than now, because that chart will give you a very logical explanation how the Prarabdha Agamya Sanjita is directly touched by the rituals. You have someone to see. சுவாமி, இன்று நான் யமுனோத்திரிக்கு கால்நடையாக நடக்க முடியாத காரணத்தால் பல்லக்கில் சென்றேன். இது என் மனதை மிகவும் வேதனையாக்கியது. சுவாமி, பலர் இப்படி செல்வது புண்ணியமில்லை என்றார்கள். இது எந்த அளவுக்கு உண்மை? தயவு செய்து இதற்கான விளக்கத்தை எனக்கு விளக்குமாறு தாழ்மையுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். A Tamil question, she is telling, I went in Palki, people are telling it is not punya, what to do? All right, it's not punya. If you have gone by walk, you wouldn't have come back, what to do? You got little punya, that's all. At least you had darshan. What else can be done? But this trip is not done for punya's sake. It is done just to enjoy the Himalayas. Being in the energy field. See how we assume body and how we go through the Janna Marana Chakra, and how these initiations and rituals can liberate us, take us out of that cycle which we are doing. All of you are able to see now? Understand? Basically, you have 3 layers of karma. Agamya, Prarabdha, Sanjita. Sanjita is the karma which is like a bank, reserve bank. Whatever you did in your life
see, not only in this body, you have taken millions of bodies. In millions of bodies, whatever you learned, you did, all those engrams put together is called Sanjita. They use the word even Samuchita. That's also one more Sanskrit word they use, Sanjita. All of you are able to see? A little big I should write. Okay? Then, next, Prarabdha. Prarabdha means from this bank, you collect little bit and create your body and decide to enjoy all those karmas in this body. Hey, apne. This is Prarabdha. Understand? This is bank. Like all your past collection. That's huge account. You don't know when that will disappear or anything. And bank means don't think some collection saving. It's a debt actually, credit. Credit only. You have to finish them out. This is the Prarabdha. Prarabdha is the little bit which you brought to enjoy or exhaust through this body. And the third karma, this is the worst thing. Agamya, after coming down, you start collecting. That is the worst thing. Agamya. This is the past. This is present, which you are exhausting. This you are collecting for your future, adding to the Sanjita. Now, any fellow who lands on the planet Earth to exhaust, for example, here you have 1,000 karma. I am just giving an example. When you take your body, when you assume your body, you take only something like a 10 karma. Let me finish this 10. And you come down. After coming down, you start collecting 200 karma. By the time you go back, what will happen? Your bank balances increased by 1,210. Neither you exhausted this 10 and you collected 200 more. What will happen next time next time you take the body? 1,210. Then again you take 10 and come down and collect some more. This becomes a vicious circle. This is what we call Janana Marana Chakra. Continuously taking more and more and more bodies and dying, body, dying, body, dying. Now, this Prarabdha 10 karmas, while you are living, exhausting these 10 karmas, if somebody gives you the knowledge, you are not the body, you are not the mind, this karmas influencing you, the influence of these karmas over you will start coming down. Understand? For example, in this 10 karma which you brought when you took the body, I don't sleep. I'm talking something very important. There's a Tamil song, Palliyile Tungiyavan Kalviyidandan. There is a Tamil song, if you sleep in the school, you will lose knowledge. Now if you sleep here, you will lose the whole thing. I'm giving you I can say these are all the business secrets. Or how the world runs, how the cosmos works. These are all those secrets. So listen properly and some way it will enrich your life. Don't miss it. And very rare you will get somebody who will explain such a logical way where you can relate with the whole thing. So don't miss. See, this 10 prarabdha, for example, in this 10 prarabdha karma, if you have 3 karma which will put you in depression, means 3 samskara, 3 engram which will put you in depression. 3 engram, depression engram. we can say D, depression engram. Whenever the 3 engrams put you in depression, if you learned how to come out, this 3 will start losing its power over you. It means what? In the 10, 3 has become less. 3 has become less. Whenever you reduce the influence of prarabdha on you, you are accumulating new karma. Agamya will come down. How you know? These 3 karmas have got, these 3 some engrams have got power over you to put you in depression. See, these 3 engram, if they have the power to put you in depression, if you continue, if you obey those engrams and fall in depression, these 3 will not be just 3, they will become 10. That 7 only is called agamya. You understand? So whenever you cooperate with prarabdha, you collect agamya. Whenever the prarabdha loses its influence over you, you stop collecting agamya. So when this influence, this 10 engram influence over you stops, means the agamya collection will stop. Bringing you back to the joy or the pure inner space, the unwavering, undisturbed inner space, not only reduces prarabdha's influence over you, stops the number of engrams getting collected as agamya. Is there any doubt? If you have any doubt, put it as a question, I'll answer. Today we will just grind this idea, this one idea. This one idea will churn in your head or drill in your head. This one idea. Initiation means the ideas, knowledge which brings you out of these depressive thoughts. Which brings you out of the depressive thoughts means the knowledge which brings you out of the influence of these 10 thoughts. Prarabdha is what we call initiation. Click. Puja is nothing but remembering all the clicks which happen to you every day at least once, so that it will come up whenever you have a problem. See, for example, 20 or 30 clicks would have happened to you in NSP. In that 4 days, maybe some 20, 30 clicks or even 100 click would have happened. For next 3 months, you will remember 80 of them. After 6 months, 60. After 1 year, it's okay, this Bangalore Swami has no other work. Leave it. After NSP Energy Darshan, they will tell you, you are God. You landed on the planet Earth to save us. All these big statements they will give. After 1 year, everything will disappear. The reason, because those clicks have been forgotten. The teachings which is given, see, when a master teaches, it is not even a teaching. It is a powerful experience. When you don't use them, when you don't again and again use those shastras, not only the shastras loses its power, you will not be able to even remember them again. That is the important thing. See, for example, you have this cart. If you don't use this cart for 2 years, it's not that this cart will disappear. After 2 years, you can get this cart and you can use it. But the knowledge given to you, the initiations given to you, if you don't use them for 2 years, don't think it will be sitting in your bedroom. No, it will disappear. So how to every day remind? All the click happened. Every day sitting and reminding All the clicks which happened in us is puja. Because in puja, just the Manasa Puja mantra. How many of you know that Manasa Puja mantra? Just the Manasa Puja mantra will remind you all the clicks. All the clicks because நல்லதுப்பா சரி ஒன்று ஐட்டம் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணணும். All the Manasa Puja mantra, Hridbadmamasanam dadyat, my heart is the seat for you, means it has to be clean. Otherwise you think I will come and sit? No. Sahasrar achyutamritaihi bhadyam saranayor dadyat means Sahasrar amrita means what? Out of gratitude, when you overflow, you will have a deep sweet taste in your tongue, in your throat. How many of you have felt? In energy darshan you can feel that. In energy darshans you can see suddenly the whole space will become so sweet. That is what is Sahasrara Amrita. The Amrita comes down from a Sahasrara when you are feeling fulfilled, so joyful, your whole throat will be filled with a Sahasrara Amrita. That Amrita, that nectar is the Bhadya, means the water to wash the feet. Means when you sit in the puja, every day you remember the energy darshan experience and you bring yourself back to that experience. If you don't have that sweet taste in the throat, you can't do puja. Means you are telling a lie sitting in front of my statue. If you only have a real that feeling again, then only then you are authorized to use the word Sahasrar achyutamritaihi bhadyam saranayor dadyat manastu argyam nivedayet. Means the end of the NSP, you throw all the samskaras into the fire. That's what is your manas, mind. You throw everything. Now you are remembering, yes, how I throw everything there. Now I am throwing everything at your feet. Manastu argyam nivedayet. Argyam means offering. I am offering. Tena amritena achamaniyam. With that same ecstatic nectar, I do the abhisheka for you. Means now you have to come back to that energization experience, that joy, that ecstasy. You have to come back. So this every step of this mantra reminds you and brings you back to that click, that initiation experience which happened in you. Every day, whether you want or not, you remember the initiation experience, the click which happened with the master. So ritual brings you back to the pure consciousness. So this 10 engrams loses its power over you. When this 10 loses its power over you, this 200 collection stops. When the collection stops and when the 10 loses its power over you, naturally the person who brings you back to the superconscious again and again, master, he appears when you leave the body and burns this sanjita. He appears and burns this sanjita. Understand? You can't do anything directly with sanjita. For sanjita, only Guru Kripa can do. Only Master's grace can do. For example, if your child sits and tries very hard to build a small home, what will you do? You'll say, all right, don't bother, I myself will build and give you. When a disciple sincerely works to remove the prarabdha and ahamya, the Guru's grace happens. You see, Guru's grace is not just dependent on me. Understand? Anybody who does sincerely sadhana or meditation, in spite of me, the grace has to land on you. It is not even dependent on me. Let you be very clear. It is just dependent on your receptivity, not on me. I am like a ocean, constantly available. Whoever comes with whatever size vessel you carry. If you come with a small coconut shell, you will carry that much, like your head. Or if you come with a little bigger vessel, you will carry in that. If you come with a little big container, you will carry in that. If you are intelligent, you will build a canal. You will build a canal. That's all is the whole thing. Okay. Initiation. Puja means reminding every day yourself
all the initiation, great experiences happened with the master and bringing you back to that same high consciousness, same high spirit. Means now you are ready for next 24 hours drama, circus. Next 24 hours now you have energy. You have energy. That is the reason for puja. Altitude raises, two things will happen. If you are a joyful guy, your joy will increase. If you are continuously irritable or continuously irritated, the irritational behavior will raise. That's why take care. And one more thing, if you are feeling irritated, don't express, because that will become a strong engram. After going down, you will be shouting already and you will be biting everybody. Your family people will tell what kind of Himalaya trip this guy went, and this Swami, what he is teaching, they will blame me. That's a big problem. These family fellows, if they see the husband or wife very happy after coming to me, for that also they will have a problem. They will have so much of jealousy. This fellow is so happy, independent of me. If you are happy, independent of him or her, that is a big crime. That also will be a problem. If you are not happy, irritated, angry, then again they will blame me. What kind of meditation is teaching you? Nothing is happening, you are only shouting again. So both the case, I will be, what to do? All right. At least you don't get irritated, don't create samskaras. So you will have more peace and bliss. Okay, let's gather for
Yes, welcome back. So Swamiji beautifully took us through the different types of karma, and of course, as we mentioned earlier as well, and Swamiji mentioned in these beautiful revelations, there are three different types of karma. So we have the prarabdha karma, which is the karma that we came with in this life to work through in this life. We have the sanchita karma, which is a bag full of karma that we have accumulated over the many lifetimes that we have lived. So however many lifetimes, could be hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions. All the karma that we have accumulated is the sanchita karma. The prarabdha karma we take with us from this sanchita karma. So let's say, for example, as Swamiji was showing, if you have 1,000 units, karmas of sanchita karma, you take 10 prarabdha karma in this lifetime to work through. And so you take these 10 along, and you want to fully experience, as Swamiji beautifully said, karma is actions that are not fully experienced, fully lived. So we take these as prarabdha karma. So 10 karmas we bring with us, and we want to work through this. Now, unfortunately, because we have our incompletions, we see other things and we compare. We see other people and we compare. Hey, this person has this, I don't. Hey, this person does that, I'm not doing that. We build more and more karma, and this is the third kind of karma, which is agamiya karma, which is mostly borrowed karma that we accumulate in this present life, on top of the karma we already have, the sanchita and the prarabdha. And most of this karma is accumulated because of these comparisons, because they're borrowed karma, because we see something that someone else has and we perhaps become jealous and say, hey, I want that as well. So they're not really our karma. They're not the karma that we have come to work through. So this is for this lifetime we have chosen to work through these karma, but we borrow from other people. We say, hey, I want that as well. So that becomes something that perhaps we don't live fully. So we accumulate that as well. So then when we go back into so pass through the gate of death to move on to the next lifetime, we end up with more karma. So our sanchita karma actually increases instead of decreasing through the prarabdha karma. So this is a very important concept to understand. If you have any questions on these, do let us know. We're more than happy to explain further. Let us move into the internalization exercise for types of karma, and karma guides you to a blissful life.
So understand that first of all, you need to cognize that are you celebrating your life happening as it is now? See, completion is celebrating your life happening as it is now from the context why you aspired for it, and your aspirations getting further matured.
So, for example, a worker always aspires to become a businessman so that he feels that his life will be in his freedom. So he can choose to do what he wants. He can work whenever he wants, and he can relax whenever he wants. So with that context, this is the context that he uses to push himself to aspire to be a businessman. However, the moment he becomes a businessman, he forgets all about it. He forgets all about the context of why he wanted to be a businessman in the first place. And this is where the agamiya karma comes in. His greed makes him forget he can take holidays whenever he wants. Remembering this context of why he wanted to be a businessman in the first place, and why you are not happy with what you have now leads you to completion. So remembering the context why you wanted what you are having right now leads to completion.
Let's enter into the exercise. So look into your life. In every situation, whenever you perceive life is denying you what you want, don't give up. Wait and look in. What is being denied? Look into your perception. It will become reality. Cognize. Are you celebrating your life happening as it is now? Recollect what was the context from which you aspired for what you are having now, whether it's good or bad. For example, many times we aspire from suffering because it makes us feel so much of happening to us. So let's analyze every situations Whenever you perceive life is denying you what you want, don't give up. Wait and look in what is being denied. Look into your perception. It will become reality. Let's enter into this internalization exercise. You can have the pen and paper with you and enter into this internalization exercise. Let's begin.
Yes, you can relax now. So now let us move on to the next segment. Yes, we have some sharings from
Shriling was gone. Yes. Okay. So that's how you feel that life is denying me to live myself, don't want to wait, afraid of getting hurt, have enough of it. All right. So make sure that you are doing the intransition exercise very carefully, especially looking into your life. Only then you will start celebrating your life. When you live with this powerful cognition that Swamiji is revealing, only then you'll be able to break the thought current that you have, that I'm not celebrating life in the present and the present life. Only when you break the pattern, you'll be able to break this. Swami says very beautifully, wherever you feel you're stuck with some thought current, there you need to break. Once you break that, that is breaking the karma cycle with that particular thought current. So please go ahead, as throughout the day we'll be having multiple sessions itself on the karma. Ensure that you are attending the full sessions throughout the day and being sincere of the intransition exercise, powerful cognitions that Swamiji is revealing. Okay. Okay. I'm grateful. Just reading out what you have written. I'm grateful sometimes, but I'm not celebrating it, and whole thing have no sense. Especially the seminar program every day calling me for ends. Okay. So this is a program that you talked about, the Paramashivoham program. So this is a program that Swamiji is giving as an opportunity. See, it's a program to become ambassador of Kailas, and through you, we'd like to invite everybody who wish to become the part of this Paramashivoham program, because this program is not just any other program. It is an invitation to become the ambassador of Paramashiva. Not only you will be enriching others, you'll be enriching yourself, standing up. It sounds says sticking out your neck for the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. This is the time when you stick out your neck for the Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
And I just one thing I want to point out. So you're saying, if I have this freedom, no one call me, I will go by myself. See, this is very much self-denial. So you're denying yourself because of your patterns. So you have a pattern of that people are calling you. You don't. Perhaps you have some irritation, some resistance against. So have a look inside, see what this resistance is. This irritation. So because of this irritation, you are making a decision. See, Swamiji said yesterday in one of the revelations, you should not be making a decision out of your powerlessness. So whenever you have these irritations, these patterns that come up, please do yourself a favor. Do not make any decisions based on that. So all the decisions should be made from the space of completion. If you make a decision out of the space of incompletion of patterns, it will only end up in a bad way for you. So please, requesting, don't take any decisions and have a look. So just look at what you wrote. You're saying that it's almost like it's like vindictive, because they're doing this, I'm doing this, and have a look whether this is really in your best interest. And I will say this, it is not in your best interest. So do not make a decision based on your powerlessness, based on your irritation that someone is calling you, someone is reaching out to you. So as we mentioned, these are invitations to take part in the most powerful program. It is so much more than even inner awakening. It is full awakening. It is not just inner awakening, just body awakening. It is full awakening. So it is a very important program. It is, and take this as an invitation, not an irritation. And definitely, please have a look at it. Do not make decisions out of powerlessness, because it will only end up in a bad way for you.
All right. So with this, let's move on to the power manifestation. And in this second round, you'll be reducing the weight of an object on your palm. So the first round you manifested reducing the weight of the object which is close to you, a small object which is close to you. In this second round, you'll be keeping the object on your palm and through the power of conscious declaration, being in oneness with Swamiji, reducing the weight of the object. So you can use the same object which you have used in the first round, or have the new object with you and keep it on your palm. But before keeping on the palm, measure the weight of the object, because you'll be entering into manifesting of reducing the weight of the object. So please go ahead, take a initial measurement, the weight of the object. And once you have taken the initial measurement, let us know. We'll be entering into manifesting this power. All right, so once you have taken the initial measurement, keep the object on your palm and remember that sweetest moment that you cherish in your space with Swamiji. That deep feeling connection, with that joy, that bliss. Visualize Swamiji's infinite grace showering upon you. Start to unclutch from every thought, unclutch from every fears that you have, every irritation that you feel you have, every worries that you feel you have. Just unclutch. When it comes back again, just unclutch again. Because every thought, whether it is thought of fear, anger, agitation, anything, it's just thoughts. All the thoughts are linear. It can come only when the other thought has replaced it. So go on unclutching. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now with this deep feeling connection with Bhagavan, let's enter into the manifestation of manifesting, reducing the weight of the object on your palm. So let's begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda.
Yes, you can relax now. And now let us take a second measurement of the object, the weight of the object. So if you had a weighing scale, then use that to weigh the object once again. So this was reducing the weight of an object in your own palm. So take a moment and measure the object, measure the weight of the object a second time. So we measured it to start off with before we started affecting the weight of the object. And now let's take it a second time and let us see whether you were successful in reducing the weight of the object. So take a moment, measure, and let us know. Please share with us in the chat provided.
Yes, please go ahead and share. Meanwhile, there's a comment on YouTube that Shane Naidu has asked, what are the requirements to join the Paramashivoham program? Do you have to be vegan, etc.? So, Shane, there's no that requirement that you need to be vegan. But of course, when you are in the 30 days of program, 30 days of program is the timeline of the Paramashivoham program. You'll be offered the food from the temple because you'll be going physically to the location. For example, if in US, there's a LA center, LA temple where you'll be going physically, or if you're not in US, if you want to go to Bolivia, you'll be going there into that center. So automatically the food that will be given will be totally vegetarian food, sattvic food. And yes, so it's a 30-day program. So you have to take a break for 30 days and go. And the best thing about the program itself is it is being directly guided in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. He himself guides all the participants. And the best thing is, Swami says very beautifully, Paramashivoham is about Swamiji knowing you from end to end. It is not only about you knowing Swamiji, but Swamiji knowing about you from end to end. And you know, when Swamiji knows you from end to end, he takes the responsibility for you. And so, and he guides you. And this program is not any other program. This is a program through which you become the ambassador of Paramashiva. You become the member of Rajya Sabha of Hindu Parliament and enriching the whole world with Sanatana Hindu Dharma, reaching out to the world through various platforms. This program is a training ground. It's not like when you attend the program, go back. It's a training ground. It's a start. So already the second season is going on. The next season, the third season is going to start after the second season.
Yes, so Swamiji will be spending time with each and every one of you. As we mentioned, Swamiji will be getting to know you, and it is such a huge program. it is more than just everything combined, all the programs up to this point. So we've had all the different programs. We've had inner awakening. Swamiji says beautifully, this is not just inner awakening. This is full awakening. It is the most important program so far. And also Swamiji will be personally working with every one of you, working on your patterns. So we'll be making sure, so when you go there, you take all your patterns with you. You will be coming back with a lot less patterns that you have right now. So you'll be taking a huge step in terms of the superconscious breakthrough. So Swamiji has created all these, including this program itself, to bring superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Taking this step on Paramashivoham is a huge step towards this superconscious breakthrough. So it is such an important program. Also, if you have any further questions, any other questions that you'd like us to clear up for you in terms of the Paramashivoham, do let us know. So you can write questions in the YouTube, or perhaps if you want to join us, you can join us in the Zoom room on two-way. But yes, absolutely, it is a very important program. It is absolutely amazing. And further than that, so as we mentioned just now, you will become an ambassador of Kailasa. You will become a Rajya Sabha member. So with voting rights about what is happening with Kailasa, what is happening, like the direction of Kailasa in certain perspectives. But it is also important to understand that you become a nation builder. So we're talking not just see, we have the SJPs that donate money towards Kailasa, and of course that it's a very important step for Kailasa and for the SJPs. But you become a nation builder, so you become a conduit for what happens to Kailasa in the future, the path for Kailasa in the future. So nation builder and ambassador of Kailasa and Rajya Sabha member, and of course working on yourself, working out all the patterns. Full awakening, as Swamiji says, it is a full awakening, not just an inner awakening. So it is such a powerful, such an important program. So we really recommend it. And by all means, if you have more questions, please write them in the chat box. We're happy to respond to them.
And if you don't have the link to join the Paramashivoham program, we will be giving you the link in the Zoom chat. And also, if you have any further question, you can put that in the YouTube chat, and we'll be reaching out to you. So any questions that you have, any doubts you have. So this program is not a miss program, because not just a program is about not only building, of course, it's about not building about you, it's about building Kailasa itself. So when Swamiji himself is there and building Kailasa, the first Hindu nation, and being a part of it as a joy and celebration, that's next level thing. So let us know. With this, now we'll be moving on to the next session, which is going to be on the truths, karma, how the karma is created. Swamiji will be revealing how the karma is created. And it is going to be truths from the Bhagavad Gita about the samskaras, about the vasanas, and the karma. So understand, we understood till now what is karma. We understood what are the types of karma. Now the question arises from how does the karma actually gets created? So this revelation by Swamiji, have the notebook and pen and paper with you to write down the powerful clicks, powerful cognitions to understand the karma. And let's understand so many misconceptions that we have in the society. So directly listen from the right source, from the authentic source, from Swamiji. So please come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation by Swamiji.
Welcome you all with my love and respect. No questions, only doubts. Today's subject,
is no questions, only doubts. By now, Arjuna has settled. All Arjuna's confusion has disappeared because of his cosmic experience in Visurupa Darshana Yoga, because of the first-hand spiritual experience. All the doubts of Arjuna has disappeared. He achieved the depth, he achieved clear understanding. You can say he achieved the intensity. He has achieved the intensity of spiritual experience. Now, he's a new person. No more just intellectual doubts. No more just intellectual questions. Now he is coming to a point where he is totally ready to receive Krishna. Understand? As long as you have question, you will not receive the answer. Question is just defending yourself, defending your prejudice, defending your understanding. Doubt means person who is ready to digest the master, who is ready to receive the master, who is ready to imbibe the master. Whatever words comes out of him is doubt. Doubt makes master to express himself. Question makes master to close himself. Question is violence. Of course, almost all questions are violent. Please be very clear. The words which you express can be categorized into two. One is question, another one is doubt. Question means violent, arrogance. Just to express you know something or to defend what you know is truth. Most of the time, people question just to show that they know something. That they know something. I have seen people coming and asking me big statements, sentence. Swamiji, that Brahma Sutra says Brahman is beyond comprehension, Brahman is beyond understanding, Brahman is beyond the intellect. Is it not right? You can see this very question says, all he wants to know, all he wants to do is, he wants to show. He read Brahma Sutra and he understood, that's all. This statement, the whole thing is not a question. There is no question in it. The question without quest is question. Question with quest is doubt. Question with quest is doubt. Doubt without quest is question. Now Arjuna has come to a understanding. Because of his first-hand experience, he has come to the level of doubt. No more questions. He is not asking what is more beneficial for me. All that calculation has disappeared. The accounts has disappeared. He is not asking anymore what is best for me. Or he is not asking what is this Kim tat brahma kimatyatmam kim karma purushottama. He is playing with words. He is just showing what he knows in the earlier chapters. Now, no more questions. This whole chapter, Arjuna is silent. Please understand, in the first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. The first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. Arjuna goes on and on and on, quoting all the dharmas, quoting all the traditional subjects, always when a masters land on the planet Earth, this problem happens. Especially, see, innocent disciple is 1,000 times better than ignorant disciple. Small story. One guy goes to a music teacher and says, Master, I learnt music 4 years. Now I want to learn from you. How many years it will take? He says, it will take 6 years. Next guy comes, Master, I learnt music for 2 years. How many years it will take for me? He says, maybe 2 years. Third guy comes, Master, I have not learnt anything. I am fresh. How many years it will take for me? He says, no time. Simply you will pick up from me directly. You will directly imbibe me. You will just take me in your being. The big problem is, if you have learnt already, you need to do first thing, unconditioning or deconditioning. Here, whenever the masters land, they bring the same Shastra but with life. But what we read in books is just words. The same word, if you read in books, it will not give you any transformation. Let me be very clear, even my books, including my books. Somebody asked me, actually, I was dictating one of my book, and the disciple was sitting and writing. One person who is helping me, he was sitting and writing. Suddenly in one spot, he stopped me. Swamiji, please tell that statement clearly, I am not able to understand. I gave that statement clearly. Then he said, Swamiji, what is this? Just 3 chapters ago you made another one statement, now it is contradicting. It will confuse people. I told him, write what I say. Don't talk more. Then he asked me, if I myself get confused, naturally people will get confused. Then I have to tell the truth. What for you think I am writing books? To tell you honestly, let me be very clear. Books are just to create little confusion so that you will start searching. You will start seeking the truth in reality. No book can give you the truth. Books are created just to create just to create a little confusion in you so that you will start searching the reality. Logically confuse you. Books are techniques to logically confuse you. If you honestly, intensely read Gita from first chapter to last chapter, simply you will be confused. If you are not confused, be very clear, you are not read properly. No book can give you the truth. But the books are great inspiration. It will inspire you to search a living master. That is the only result. That's the only thing masters wanted. That is the only thing they wanted to achieve through books. So that when you are logically confused, you start searching a living master. But the difficulty is, there are some people who take books as an authority. Instead of living truth, they just start thinking intellectual knowledge is authority. And not only that, they start questioning. They start asking or demanding proof from the masters for their words based on these people their intellectual understanding. First thing, when I utter a word, the meaning which I give is different, and the meaning which you take is different. When I utter a word Atman, I use the Sanskrit dictionary. When you receive that word Atman, you use Oxford Dictionary. Naturally the problem starts. If you are with a living master in my presence, you can always question me. You can always clarify. Or a living master knows by seeing the face of a disciple, he knows whether he has understood or not. He will go for further explanation. Things can be much more clear, straight. But when you are playing with books, you are just playing with your mind. That is why people feel more comfortable with books than going and meeting a living master. Please understand, you are seeking, your spiritual seeking, whether it is a real seeking or just a game, how to measure. This is the scale. If you feel comfortable just playing with books and old masters' photographs, be very clear, your seeking is pseudo, just time pass, good entertainment. Good entertainment. Sometimes you feel guilty, whole day sitting in front of TV, whole day doing something worldly. Especially Indians, from the young age somehow they are taught, always you should not be engaged in sense enjoyments. You should search a little bit of spirituality. So once in a while you get some book, some old master's photograph, and you try to play with both of them. Be very clear, it is pseudo. If you are honest, intense, you will feel deeply connected or more in tune, feel happy, feel settled with a living master. Find out whether your search is honest search or just entertainment. That's the first thing we need to do. Here, Arjuna has come to a level of maturity where no more intellectual questions, only doubts. Doubts are really great. Doubts are just a clear sign. You express, I am here to receive you. You put a big green signal. Doubts are green signals. Questions are red signal. With question, you just defend the master. You tell him, stop. Enough what you are speaking. First, reply for this. You try to bring the old intellectual words to defend the living energy. One more thing, when we can't practice, again, we question the authority of a person who is speaking. Here, Arjuna did everything. First, in the second chapter itself, the moment Krishna started speaking about the Atman, Nainan Chindanti Sastran, Nainan Dagati Pavakaha, immediately Arjuna is asking, Sthita Prajnasya Kavasha. How an enlightened man will speak? Tell me the truth. What for he is asking? He wants to measure. With that scale, he wants to measure the Krishna, whether he is enlightened or not. It starts with violence, with questions. Slowly, slowly, slowly. In the 9th chapter, when Krishna revealed the Rajavidya, Rajaguhyam, the ultimate secret that existence is intelligence, cosmic universe is intelligence, the doubts are cleared. The questions slowly started settling. Next, when he heard the glory of Krishna, slowly the love started happening. When Krishna showed the cosmic form, he experienced the truth. He experienced the truth. In the 9th chapter, intelligence started. In the 10th chapter, the devotion started. In the 11th chapter, being, the energy, experience happened. Now, almost all the questions have disappeared. Ramakrishna says beautifully, in a marriage ceremony, before the food is served, people all will be sitting in a row and talking. What is going on? What is happening? How much dowry was given? What all the puja, what all the vessels they made? What all the jewelries they made? What is happening? All the talks will go on. Once the food is served, slowly the sound will reduce. Once the curd rice is served, only you will hear the sound chup, 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 that's all. Nothing else. Only the sound of eating will be heard. Ramakrishna says, till you receive the experience, as long as you are reading the menu card, means only books, the talking, noise, sound will continuously go on. Once you started the experience, all the sounds will disappear. You will have only small, small sounds which expresses your experience. Nothing else. Here, first thing, Arjuna has questioned the authority of Krishna and got cleared. Then he is questioning what is beneficial for me. The account's mind. First resistance, then indifference, now acceptance. All that account's mind has disappeared. You should understand one thing. Person who is creative, person who is Brahma, the energy of Brahma, the energy of creator is different. The person who is accounting, continuously doing calculation is totally different. Architects are creators, engineers are accountants. Architects are creators, engineers are accountants. Engineers may have money, but architects will have a tremendous satisfaction that they have created. When you create something, you become God. That is why the creativity gives you such a deep satisfaction. Nobody can create except God. Only God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. Please be very clear. Nobody except God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. That is why in the Vedic system, when a woman is pregnant, she is worshipped, respected. She is respected. Of course, in those days, not only they are respected, people believe at the time of pregnancy, if they touch somebody's head and bless, they will be healed. Because she is creating. When she is creating, she is radiating the divine energy. She is God. She is experiencing godliness. She is experiencing the divinity in her. Only godliness can create. Architects will have tremendous satisfaction. Engineers may have money, but not the satisfaction that they created. A small story. 2 architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. Two architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. They are going for a conference. The engineers, as usual, they are calculating and they are complaining, see, 2,000 rupee per ticket, it is too much. Such a small journey, 2000 rupees unnecessary, 2000, 2000, 4000 rupees. What we will get from conference? The architect says, both of them, they reply, you see, we manage with just 2,000 rupee. We take only one ticket. We both of them manage. Engineers are surprised. How do you manage? When the ticket counter comes, how do you manage? Oh, that's just simple job. When the ticket counter comes, we just go into the bathroom and see the drama what we do. TT came and these guys entered, both of them entered into the bathroom. TT came and knocked the bathroom. Only one hand came out. They asked, ticket please. One hand came out and showed the ticket. He just stamped it, gave it back and went away. Both the engineers are impressed. And they thought, oh God, we never know how to save money. Now we learned one thing to save money. When they were coming back, these two engineers, they took only one ticket. And the architect, both the architects, they also took only one ticket. Now it is trouble. Who will catch the bathroom first? Who will catch the bathroom first? And you know, engineers are real runners. The people who are accountants, they really run. The moment they heard the TT is coming, they ran and entered the bathroom, they caught the bathroom. Now the architects both are discussing what to do. One architect said, don't worry, relax. He went and knocked the bathroom. Ticket please. The ticket came out, he collected the ticket and came out. He just came back and said, accountants miss the life. They know how to calculate, but they miss the life. When you calculate, sometimes you miss the reality. You just miss the reality. Here, all the accounts is over. Krishna has asked, what is more beneficial for me? All the things are answered. Now he has come down to the level of just few doubts. Doubts are not for anything. Little more tips. Now, the whole tune has changed. With questions, the tune is, what are you talking? Whatever I learnt is totally different, and now you are talking something different. All that violence has disappeared. Now, Arjuna has come to the level, he says, yes, master, I know the whole thing. Please give me some more tips. How I can imbibe you. Please tell me something if you have forgotten. If you have forgotten something to tell, if you have something more, please tell me. I will be happy to receive those messages also. I will be happy to receive them also. Throughout this chapter is silent. No questions, only doubts. Bhagavan starts. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdvamulam Adaschaham Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandam Siyasya Varnani Yastam Veda Savedavit. Bhagavan says, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Now he is coming to the causal body. If you attended yesterday's discourse, you will be able to understand, because Krishna continues from the last chapter. Next, all the 3 chapters are completely connected to each other. Last chapter and this chapter next and next. All these chapters are completely connected except the 18th, the 14, 15, 16, 17. All the 4 chapters are continuous discourses. Now Krishna comes to causal layer. Yesterday he spoke about the first 4 layers. Now he is coming to causal layer. He is explaining about the deeper layers. Of course, physical body, you know, body which is made out of flesh and bones, which you are having now. The next layer, these are all components of your being. All these 7 layers put together only you. You as you are is totality of all these 7 layers. The second layer, pranic body, is filled with desires. Filled with desires, which controls the air energy, prana, vyana, udana, samana, apana, all the different air movements of your body. And yesterday we saw the lessons from Krishna, how we are creating self-contradicting desires, how we are creating self-contradicting words and giving life to them and suffering. When we create self-contradicting words, it leads to restlessness, rajas, and the rajas leads to tamas, tiredness, dullness, depression. So this layer belongs to tamas. The second level, this is sattva. This third level is rajas, restlessness. The fourth level is tamas. The fifth level, the causal body. This is called Karana Sarira. This causal body is what Krishna calls Urdhva Moola Madaschagam, where all our engrams are stored in seed form, in the form of seeds. Every day, you enter into the causal body at the time of deep sleep. When you sleep, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, not when you dream, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, at that moment you fall into the causal body, the fifth layer of your being. When you come out, all those engraved memories comes out, your whole world is created. Every day you merge in this layer and come out of that layer. Now, Krishna is explaining the secrets related to that layer. Yesterday he spoke about the secrets related to these 3 layers. How we are disturbing our desire energy. Understand? Desire is pure energy. You create troubles only by creating self-contradicting thoughts. If you don't have self-contradicting thoughts, all your desires will lead you to deep fulfillment. Desire is energy. Yesterday, Krishna spoke how the energy can be used properly, how we are abusing it, how it can be used. Next, how we fall into restlessness by abusing it. Third, even after the restlessness, if you are not correcting your mistakes, if you are not clearing the self-contradicting desires, you fall into tiredness. It's like a one-side fire. You are creating fire and the pressure cooker is there. Inside the cooker, the steam is getting, and the pressure is getting developed. Other side, you put a weight and try to seal it. Naturally, it will bust. Same way, even after the restlessness, if you don't clear the desire energy, or if you don't clear the self-contradicting thoughts which you are creating in you, you will fall into the depression, tamas. He gave the small, simple advice, techniques to clear ourselves and not to fall in that tree, not to be disturbed by that tree. Next, he goes to the causal body where we store all our engraved memories. He explains the secrets of this body, because even if you go beyond these three gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas, if you don't destroy these engraved memories, the bija samskaras, the samskaras in the form of a seed, you will take birth again and again. So here he gives the technique. He explains how to go beyond the samskara, engrams, which is in the seed form. It may not express in you, but it will be there in the seed form. When time comes, suddenly it will come out. You can see. You may not have seen some of your childhood friend or childhood enemy for 10 years because you are in the States. When you go back, see in the States, when you are here, all the 10 years, the samskaras related to them never comes up, whether love or hatred. It is not there. You are never caught by it. You are never disturbed by it. You are beyond the sattva, rajas, tamas. But when you go back and meet them, suddenly the whole emotion is there. You discover the same love is there or the same hatred is there. How? Because it is in the causal body. You may not experience it in the day-to-day life. Even if you don't, you will see it is in the causal body. It's like archives in the office. There are some files which are on the table. There are some files which are in the office archives. There are some files which are in the bank locker archives. This first, the sattva, rajas, tamas, these three gunas are the files which are in the table, and causal body is the files which are in the office archives. The inside, the cosmic body and nirvanic body are the files which are in the bank locker archives. Now, yesterday we saw how to clear these three files of sattva, rajas, tamas. Now he gives the technique to clear the causal body files, to clear the files which are in the office archives. Bhagavan starts, there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and it branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. He is trying to give an example to explain the quality of causal body. Quality of causal body. He says the roots are upwards and branches down. Why he says roots are upwards and branches down? Please understand, He says roots are here, branches are here. Because for any tree, if it has to grow, it will take water through roots. It needs support from roots. Roots only decide the strength of the tree. Roots are going to decide the way in which the tree is going to live. The physical body, whatever you are taking through physical body, that only is going to decide the depth of causal body. That is why he says roots are up, roots are in the outer world, and branch is in the inner world. Roots are out. Whatever you take through five senses, that is the water or strength for the causal body. Causal body is, here he says leaves, and here he says root. The tree is upward, tree is topsy-turvy. Whatever you take through the five senses from the outer world, that only is going to enrich the causal body. And an important next statement, the leaves of the tree is said to be the Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Yesterday I was making an important statement. All the words which you continuously repeat inside your mind without your consciousness, whatever words you repeat in the unconsciousness, especially morning when you are alone in the bathroom, those words are the mantras which shows path for your life. What are the words you repeat with yourself? They are only going to decide the way of your life. Just try to analyze your mind. What are the words you repeat with yourself? When you are alone, when you are sitting with yourself, what are the words you repeat? Those words are only going to decide the path in which you are going to travel. Mantra means manasasya stiraha idi mantraha. What makes your mind strong is mantra. Mantrayate idi mantraha. Which shows the way for man is mantra. Tra means road, way. The words which shows way for you is mantra. The words which makes you strong is mantra. Now, he says, the roots are in the physical world, physical body, up, and the leaves are in the causal body, down. Roots are up and leaves are there. And he makes one more statement. Leaves are Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Means the words which you are storing in the causal body. That only is going to decide your life. See, the words which you have in the causal body is mantra for you. When you understand this, there are two things. Something is good, something is bad. Something is good, you can always reprogram. The good news is you can reprogram yourself. Bad news is as on now you are living in hell. Bad news is as on now it is hell. Good news is you can always reprogram. The causal body is filled with the unconscious thoughts. You must be careful about the thoughts or words which you are creating inside your mind unconsciously. See, you are so careful about the words which you speak, verbalize it, express it. But we are careless about the words which we use inside because we think nobody is going to know. If you are not careful with the words which is expressed, you know what will be the result. You know what will be the result. But you are not afraid the words which you are using inside, be very clear. The words which you are using outside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from others. The words which you are using inside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from yourself. You will torture yourself. You will kill yourself. You will create more and more trouble for yourself. The words which you use inside should have the healing effect. Words which carries healing effect will always create fresh living energy in you. Krishna says, the leaves are the Vedas, means Veda means knowledge. The leaves are the words which were engraved in the causal body, which are in you. Those words are so powerful, so alive. They are going to show way for your whole life.
Yes, then all of you.
Yes, welcome back.
So, a revelation by Swamiji on the vasanas, karmas, and samskaras. So, understand that any emotion lived intensely simply liberates you of any emotions. So, a revelation by Swamiji on the vasanas, karmas, and samskaras. So as we enter into the next intranation exercise, first we have question from Shane Naidu about the PSS program, whether am I qualified. To understand that the moment you are connected to Swamiji, that's it. You are qualified. No other qualification is required. And being about the program itself is free of cost. And because you are from South Africa, the closest center is Bolivia, and it will be very good for you to reach to Bolivia. It's a sovereign land, so your stay, your food, the program itself will be taken care. It's completely free of cost. So 30 days, pack your bags and be in Bolivia for the next season of Paramashivoham program. And any questions you have, please let us know. We'll be reaching out to you, contacting you soon.
Yes, I think so. It sounds like you have a few more questions. I think it will be easier if we call you directly. So we do have your number. We'll call you. We'll give you a call, and we can answer all of your questions in regards to this, and of course not just about the Paramashivoham program, but any other questions that you have. So we'll be reaching out to you shortly, and And yeah, you can ask us all the questions that you have. Okay. All right, so next let us move on to the internalization exercise. So we've looked at the session essence. So yes, any emotion that is lived intensely, it simply liberates you of that emotion. So you live it intensely, it will simply disappear. If you don't live it intensely, that it hangs on, it keeps bugging you until you live it intensely. So that's the way the process is actually working. So it keeps coming back and again and again until you live that emotion intensely. Once you live it intensely, it liberates you. Be it anger, fear, whatever emotion you have, desire to eat, desire for other things, or just attachment to any object or any person indeed. So let us have a little exercise, an internalization exercise to relive all your unfulfilled emotions and unfulfilled desires, and let's live them intensely. So what does that mean? We go back and identify. So we might need a pen and paper for this. Let's go back and identify unfulfilled emotions, whatever emotions that we have. So once again, be it anger, desire, or perhaps desires in terms of attachments to objects or people. Identify all of these and sit and relive them intensely, relive fully. So you live it fully, you live it intensely, it will liberate you of that emotion. You no longer have that emotion coming back again and again. No longer have that desire coming back again and again. And once you relive your emotions, you relive your desire, just simply unclutch from them. So let us start this exercise. So first of all, let us start penning down all of these emotions and desires that you haven't lived fully. They're unfulfilled and they're still bugging you. They're still there. And see, the thing is, look at it like a circle that keeps getting higher and higher, bigger and bigger. So it just comes back around again and again and again, higher and stronger to push you into living it, to living that emotion fully, and it won't stop until it is done. So by reliving it now, reliving it fully, we remove this. See, because you will put more and more pressure on you. We remove this, and you will be able to live a much more fulfilling life, a much easier, better life without these patterns of emotions, without these patterns of desire. So let's go through that. Let's sit down and pen down, and then relive. And once we relive fully, let's unclutch. So let's begin.
You can relax from this internalization exercise where you have relived all your unfulfilled emotions and desire intensely. Understand, only when you relive the unfulfilled emotions, see, all the emotions, desires are there in you because these are unfulfilled. The moment any desire is fully lived, it will leave your system. So when you relive all the unfulfilled emotions and desire intensely and unclutch from them, it will leave your system. It will have no power over you. So with this, now we'll be entering into the power manifestation. And in this round, we'll be manifesting the power of reducing the weight of the object away from you.
Yes, so once again, let us select an object that we want to affect the weight of. And once you have selected an object, place it somewhere far from you. So somewhere where you cannot touch it or see it nearby in front of you. So perhaps you can put it either depending on the place where you are, somewhere far away, or perhaps in another room if you're in a house or in a dwelling. Just have it away from you. So select an object that you want to reduce, and we will be placing it away from you. Now, before we do that, we need to take the initial measurement. So if you have already taken the initial measurement from the previous round and it still has the same weight, then it's fine, you're ready to go. Otherwise, let us get a measurement of the weight of the object, and we will be affecting this weight as part of this power manifestation. So take the initial measurement, have the initial measurement with you, and let us get ready for this round of power manifestation.
Understand that every time you manifest the powers, it is from the context of to be in oneness with Swamiji, to be in oneness with Paramashivoham, that all the powers starts manifesting. And the moment you start manifesting the powers, you know that yes, that peak potential exists within me. You are allowing Paramashiva to manifest through you. You know that yes, I have that potential to be in oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji.
All right, so now that we have everything sorted out, we have the object and we have placed it. We have taken the measurement, the initial measurement, and we have placed it away from us. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line to allow to facilitate the movement of the Kundalini energy up and down our spine. You can close your eyes if you wish, or you can keep them open. I generally find that if you close your eyes, you won't have as many distractions, there's less chances for distractions. You don't see things moving around. You don't get distracted by, you don't get triggered to think about certain things. So it is easier to have your eyes closed for the manifestations. Except obviously don't close your eyes when you're driving. So let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and let us bring our awareness to our inner space, which is just below the heart center. This is just bring your awareness to your inner space and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Visualize Swamiji's Murti, your favorite Murti of Swamiji that you feel most connected to. Feel that connection, feel that feeling connection as it expands and grows inside your inner space. And through this connection, feel Swamiji's love, His compassion, His infinite grace showering upon you. Now from this space, let us feel the space of oneness with Swamiji. So in your Anandaganda, in your inner space, feel the oneness with Swamiji. It's just you and Swamiji in your inner space, in your Anandaganda, just below the heart center. Now let's move our gaze to the third eye, just between the eyebrows, the Anya chakra. Let us visualize Swamiji's third eye in your third eye. Just gently, just like you would look at a flower, gaze into Swamiji's third eye. As you do so, you feel an energetic connection. Feel the energy building up in your third eye. Feel Swamiji awakening and activating your third eye, your Anya chakra. Just take a moment and feel all of that. Now let us connect to Swamiji further by chanting the Mahavakya, the cosmic code word that Swamiji has given us. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting the Mahavakya, and from this space of oneness with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of Lakshmi, reducing the weight of the object that is far away from you. Let's make a strong intention, a strong declaration to affect this weight of this object. It is the only thing, the only reality that we are willing to entertain, the weight of the object reducing. Strong declaration, strong reality, strong intention, only possibility. From this space, let us manifest. Let's begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. You can open your eyes and let's get this object that we placed far away from us, and let's now take a measurement of the weight of the object once again, and comparing it to the base measurement that we took. Let us see whether you are successful in manifesting this power of Lakima, of reducing the weight of the object.
Yes, let us know by how much the scale of the object has changed, and share your experiences as well. Many times during the power manifestation, people have experiences of levitation, even the mental levitation, where you just feel very light inside. And the various different power manifestations, they always come with a deep feeling of completion and oneness. So as you're entering into the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, all these higher possibilities open up. So don't disregard any experiences you had alongside with this power manifestation, as fundamentally we are manifesting this power to establish ourselves more and more in the space of oneness with Paramashivoham.
Yes. And also requesting participants that are with us on YouTube, you can let us know. You can ask any questions as well, and we will address them. And let us know what was, if you did take part in this power manifestation, what was the result of your power manifestation? Were you able to increase or decrease? See, even if our intention was to decrease, but it increased, it is still a powerful, it is still a power manifestation, because the object would not have increased in size, in weight by itself. So it is because we applied consciousness to it, because of our will, that it increased. So even if it increased in weight as opposed to decreasing in weight, if that was our intention, then it is still a successful power manifestation. It just means you need to practice the power manifestation a little bit more to get it exactly the way you want. But you're on the right track. So yes, requesting everyone to please take a moment and share. And also requesting for everyone that is in the Zoom room on two-way, requesting please switch on your cameras. Please switch them on and make yourself available. Make yourself available for yourself and of course for the program. As we mentioned, as Swamiji beautifully mentions, whatever you put in is what you get out. So if you put in 100%, you get back 100%. If you put in only 10%, then you only get back 10%. All right, so if you're still sharing, then continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us prepare ourselves for the next segment in our program for today.
Yes, we're going to have a Jnana segment with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he's going to share how we can exhaust our prarabdha karma, the karma that we actually brought with us to complete in this lifetime. How can we actually fulfill the purpose of this birth? How can we fulfill what we brought with us to experience? How can we manifest it? So let us all settle down and be in a space of deep listening and restful awareness, as these powerful cognitions will directly help us in manifesting this life's purpose.
I am a sincere seeker, but I am not able to find a single guru. Please understand, if you are a seeker, beautifully Mahavira says, the God sends your master, only then puts the fire inside you. If you are feeling the fire, be very clear, already your master is here. He is already here. God never puts the fire, then sends the master. No. He sends the master and puts the fire. This guy was trying to find out a master. Somehow he was not able to. He tried for 12 years. 12 years is too much. Too much. Finally he is depressed, discouraged completely. He decides, I have decided that God is going to be the only source of inspiration, and I will accept the first person who comes in this road as my guru and do what he says. He is very strong in his decision. He sits in the forest road, he sits in one road and he decides, first person who comes in this way will be my guru. His instruction I will follow. And unfortunately, one thief was running through that road after stealing. He just now robbed the palace and he is running through that road trying to escape. This fellow fell at his feet and caught hold of his feet. Caught hold of the thief and he said, "Oh my master, bless me, give me liberation, enlighten me." And the thief is saying, "Arey, I am a thief, leave me."
Don't you see, just now I robbed and police is chasing me, leave me. And this guy says, no, 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 you are my master, teach me something and go. This guy says, what is this, what to do? I am in a big mess. See, you say, I am your guru. This guy says, yes, you are my master. All right, then do what I say. Just sit and close your eyes. This fellow sits and closes his eyes. And the thief says, till I say open your eyes, don't open. And this fellow does, and the thief escapes. That's all. This fellow goes on sitting. His intensity is such. He just sits. He says, I have chosen somebody as master. What he said, I'll do. His intensity. Story says, please understand. The story says, when Shiva saw the intensity, he appeared and blessed him with enlightenment. Please understand. Understand one thing. How the story ends or how the story goes, that is different. But I can say, intensity is independently intelligent. I can vouch for this story. Intelligence. See, intelligence means which can guide you and lead you to ultimate. Intensity itself is independently intelligent to lead you to ultimate in spite of any techniques you practice, not because of any techniques you practice. In spite of any techniques you practice or don't practice. I am just liberating you from all different techniques. I am liberating you from all confusions related to techniques. It may be a little strong, but I tell you, this is the essence of all spiritual teachings. There's one more story, the power of intensity. This is not just a story, it is a history. It has happened. Very beautiful story. One guy was born and brought up in a so-called low caste. In India, those days they created community system for different purpose and it became a different purpose. See, any civilization will have some degradation. Anyhow. But the system itself was not created with any bad intention. But in course of time, any system in wrong hands, even if it is right system, when it is in wrong hands, it will be degraded. It will be disturbed. Sometimes the wrong hands take over the power and it gets disturbed. Somebody who is born and brought up in the low caste, he has become very intense seeker. And one beautiful thing with Indian tradition is, when you are seeker and achieve enlightenment, then caste has no way standing between you and the devotees. If you see the 63 Nayanma Smoothis, the Saiva saints who are there in our temple, more than 80% are the so-called low caste. More than 80%. They are all respected and worshipped by all high caste people all over the world. So when it comes to intensity, once you prove you are intense, the caste, community, nothing stands. You are worshipped and respected. This guy, he starts his seeking and he wants to take initiation from certain teacher. He is not an enlightened master, from a certain teacher. But the teacher was little arrogant and he is bothered about the community and he says he will not initiate him. And this guy goes on thinking how to take initiation from him. The teacher lived in Varanasi. One of his friend, the disciple's friend, this guy says, see, the teacher lives in Varanasi. Early morning, he will come for the Ganga Snan, taking bath in Ganga. So usually, if he misses a step or falls, he will shout Ram Ram. So you do one thing, you go and lie down in the steps. The early morning in the darkness, he may not be able to see you. He will put his head, he will put his leg on you. He may be little stumbled. He may be little disturbed. Then he will naturally shout Ram Ram. So take his feet as an initiation and take that Ram Ram word as a mantra and start practicing. This guy says, right technique, yes. I found the method. And usually if you are continuously repeating the Divine Lord's name, even if you are stumbled, you will repeat the same name. You will repeat the same word. Even if you are disturbed, you will repeat that same word only. That is what is expected. So this disciple also thought, yes, this guy is a highly religious guy, highly spiritual guy, and he must be always repeating God's name. So when he puts his feet on my head and little imbalanced, little shaken, he will naturally say Ram Ram or some divine name only, whatever he is repeating. But he did not understand, this guy is not a master, he is just an ordinary Purohit who does all the rituals for little money and packs a banana and rice. Anyhow, as per the plan, this seeker, this guy, he goes and lies down in the Ganga steps. He is called Ramadas. His name was Ramadas. He lies down in the steps of Ganga. As expected, the teacher, he comes for morning Ganga Snan. He comes with all the pamper, walking with his disciples. The moment he puts the feet, he got shaken, little disturbed. Instead of saying Rama Rama, this fellow got so angry and annoyed, he shouted buffalo. Because that is what was going on constantly in his system. You will express only what is going on in your system. But this Ramdas is so sincere, intense. He decides, this word is my mantra, that's all. This word is my mantra. He takes that as an initiation, takes that word buffalo as the mantra, and constantly sits with so much of intensity. He repeats the word buffalo, 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 buffalo. Please understand. I want you to understand this whole story. Whole story. He repeats the mantra. He takes that as a mantra and repeats it intensely and visualizes God in the form of a huge golden buffalo, the huge light, and he repeats, goes on repeating, and he achieves siddhi. Means he is able to see the divine light in the form of golden buffalo, and he achieves siddhi. That year, the temple festival is supposed to happen. He goes for the temple festival. He is standing outside the temple. They are bringing the temple deity outside. This priest is bringing, who shouted buffalo. This priest is bringing the deity outside the temple. When they are bringing the deity outside the temple, suddenly the deity is stuck in the gate, in the door frame. See, deity is only 3 feet, door frame is 6 feet. It is not physically stuck anywhere, but the deity is not coming outside. They are trying this way, that way, the priest is trying in so many ways. And this guy, Ramadas, is standing outside the temple and shouting, hey, the deity is Tan, is eating the door frame, just lower it, he will come out, just lower it. Nobody was able to understand. He is seeing the deity in the form of a buffalo, and his arms, horns are hitting the door frame. That is why the deity is not coming out. And he is saying, lower the deity, it will come out. And this priest is shouting, this fool, what are you talking? Keep quiet. You have been allowed inside temple, that is too much. Don't talk. But they tried. Practically whole day they tried, the deity is not coming out. Then this fellow is unable to withstand the whole thing. This Ramadas rushes towards the deity. He forces himself and says, see, I can see horn hitting the door frame, and he is having the pain, he just pushes the deity down, the deity comes out. Please understand the strength of bhakti, strength of intensity, the power, the strength beyond the matter, beyond the material. And still now, every year, this happened in Annapurni temple in Varanasi. Still now, every year, when they bring the deity, they will have on the side, in a golden sheet, the buffalo's figure. They call it Ramadas Annapurni. Annapurni of the Ramadas. Still in memory of Ramadas, that great saint, they have the form of buffalo. That also will be worshipped as a Devi. See the power. And the story says, later on he became enlightened, lived in Varanasi and left the body. Understand the power and intensity, nothing else. You don't have to bother about what technique you are following, who is your master, who is your teacher, whether he is enlightened, who gave certificate for him. Nothing is needed. All you need is this one thing, abhyasa vairagyabhyam tat nirodha. The intense, constant practice. You see the 63 Saiva saints' life, the Nayanmars, you see all their murtis in our temple. I think we have their biographies, simple biographies, in the form of books, it is available. If you find time, just go through. It's not that they have done some great tapas, meditating 8 hours per day, doing this pranayam, that Ada Yoga, this Ada Yoga, so many. They have not done all these things. If you see some of them, simple people, all they did, just plucking flower from garden, making garland and putting it on the deity. That's all. Nothing else. But intensity, just intensity. Nothing else. Simple practice. One guy is a criminal actually. All he does, if somebody talks against Shiva or Shiva's devotees, he will cut the tongue. That's all. Of course, I am not saying you do that. Now, what I wanted to say, the intensity, just the intensity, nothing else. The abhyasa and vairagya, intense practice, everything else will fall in place. What happened in Ramakrishna's life? Just intensity, abhyasa and vairagya. Somebody asked Vivekananda. Vivekananda is a great intellectual. They asked him, do you accept idol worship? Your country goes on worshipping idols. In India, sometimes it becomes too much. The British time, when they created highways, first earlier, originally the British people have started painting all the highways in the yellow paint. The big problem, every village they started worshipping and building one temple around that stone. See, any stone with yellow turmeric powder is a deity for us. No, that's our lifestyle. Any stone with yellow turmeric powder is a deity. Then British has to change the color. They have to change it into green. And even now, I know at least 100 temples built for milestones. Because it looks almost like Shivalinga. And we are such a wonderful people. See, anything is worthy of worship for us. Anything is worthy of worship. See, the whole civilization is built on surrender. Sometimes when people tell me it's a weakness, I don't feel it's a weakness. I don't feel it. Even though logically I don't have justifications or reasons to justify this foolish fellow's logic. The whole civilization. See the amount of surrender and feeling connection and the worship and the respect. See, even a simple stone is enough for them to remember about the divine, to remember the God, feel connected to nature. They question, what do you say about this kind of idol worship? Vivekananda says beautifully, I know a great Paramahamsa like Ramakrishna is produced just by idol worship. If people like Ramakrishna can be produced, not one, have 200 idols, have thousands of idols. And the actual truth you need to understand is, we don't worship idols, we worship through the idols. Understand? We don't say, oh stone, give me boon. Oh stone, please bless me that I should get healed. Oh metal, fire metal, you look so pretty, give me my wealth. You don't ask that. You say, oh Shiva, heal me. Oh Vishnu, give me enlightenment. We relate, we worship through the idol, not the idol. Understand? When you see the deity, idol is not remembered. If you remember the idol, the deity is not remembered. That's a beautiful, very beautiful verse in Tamil. There is a great book called Tirumandiram. One saint, Tirumular, his statue is also there in our temple. In that 63, there will be one statue with a palm leaf in the hand and blessing posture. It's called Tirumular. He says very beautifully, Marattai maraitadu mamada yanai, Marattil maraindadu mamada yanai, Parattai maraitadu parmudal bhudam, Parattil maraindadu parmudal bhudam. I'll translate. Even though it's a little difficult to translate. He says, when you see a stone elephant, you will not see the material. If you see it as a material, you can't see it as an elephant. An artist will see that as an elephant, but will not see it as a material. If there is a stone, if there is a wooden elephant, the elephant carved out of wood, a person who is involved with the wood business, if he sees, he will say, oh, sandalwood, wonderful wood, high caste, this must be the caste. He will be talking about the wood. He can never see the elephant. If an artist, if he sees, he will see, oh, beautiful sculpture, beautiful carving, elephant, amazing. He will not see the elephant. He will not see the wood. So if the moment you see the wood, you will not see elephant. The moment you see the elephant, you will not see the wood. It cannot happen in the same moment. It can happen only in the next moments. Even if you see wood, elephant, wood, one moment you can see only as elephant. Only in the next moment you can see it as a wood. The next moment you can see it as an elephant. So he says, when you see it as an elephant, you will not see as a wood. When you see this as a wood, you will not see that as an elephant. Same way, when you see this as a God, you will not see it as a world. When you see this as a world, you will not see it as a God. Marattai maraittadu mamada yanai, Marattil maraindadu mamada yanai. Parattai maraittadu parmudal bhudam, Parattil maraindadu parmudal bhudam. If you see this whole cosmos as a world, giving you fear and greed, you can't see this as a God. If you see this whole thing as a God, you can't see this as a world. There won't be any fear and greed. See, the whole thing happened in Ramakrishna's life. Just an ordinary deity, statue. He started seeing it as a God. He was never able to see it as a stone or a statue. And it might have started in a very raw level, but slowly, just because of his very intensity, the whole thing became alive and led him to ultimate enlightenment, removing all the obstacles, guiding itself. He says, when he goes and talks to the Devi, she says, just to teach you the Jivan Mukti, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I brought him here, go and learn. Then he comes back and says, he is telling me to drop you. He is telling me to kill you, destroy you. She says, yes, do it. Please understand. Anything, when you do it intensely, this is a big question. People come and ask me, if I worship a deity, if I connect with a form of a god, I will end up only in Savikalpa Samadhi. How will I achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi? as if this fellow is going to achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi tomorrow. There is so much of junk inside. And how many thousands of janmas it is going to take to get out of that junk, nobody knows. And these guys brag about as if everything is dropped, only this deity is obstacle. Now that is a big problem. That's a big problem with these Vedantis or the intellectuals. In India, villages, I always tell this one example, Indian villages, they burn the dead bodies. They'll use a big stick, big bamboo to burn the body. Once the whole body is burnt, they will throw that stick also in the same fire and that also will be burnt. Same way, use master's form or God's form to burn the attachment with all other forms. When all other forms attachment is dropped, this form is intelligent enough to disappear by itself or guide you to beyond the formlessness. The master's form or the God's form is intelligent enough to lead you to beyond all the forms and lead you to very form itself. So Kali says, yes, go beyond my form, cut the form. And I can say that is the moment of ultimate gratitude. Ultimate gratitude. He has liberated you from everything and liberates you from himself also. Liberates you from himself also. Then suddenly you will see his form will not be there anymore in your inner space, but you know he is there. He is there. He is there. Intensely present. Intensely present. As long as you feel connected with the form, sometime you will see he is present, sometime you will see he is absent. And you will struggle to feel connected, maintain that feeling connection continuously. You will struggle to feel the connection continuously. When you are able to feel connected to him beyond his form, you are liberated even from that form. You will see suddenly his presence is there intensely, continuously, and guiding you, radiating. Actually, the form and formlessness, this whole trouble can be solved with this one sutra. In one bookshop, there was one bookshop where the Brahma Sutra, Sankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya both were displayed. I can say these two books created a lot of good things and a lot of fight. One guy came and asked, one volunteer was standing, what is the difference between Shankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya? That volunteer said 45 rupees. Understand, that is the difference. That is the difference. With intensity, both can lead you to enlightenment. Without intensity, nothing can be done. With intensity, what you practice is not at all a problem. All you need is intensity. There's a beautiful story of a master called Sakya Nayanar. In that 63 Nayanmars, he is on Nayanmar. He was forced and converted into Buddhism in the young age. That time South India, a lot of Buddhist monasteries were there. He was forced and converted as a Buddhist. But somehow he strongly felt connected with Shiva. But he can't worship Shiva. What to do? He has kept on Shivalinga in the garden, in the monastery. Every day morning he will come and throw a stone. Visualizing that stone as a flower, he will throw a stone. If somebody sees and asks, hey, what are you doing? He will say, no, I am only throwing a stone. We should not worship these deities. We should worship only Buddha. That's why I am throwing stone. And the story says, just by throwing stones, Shiva gave him darshan and gave him enlightenment. He became enlightened. Just intensity. What you do is secondary. How you do is the first thing. Intensity and constant practicing. I tell you, with intensity and constant practicing, you will be guided to the right master, right teaching, right technique, and right enlightenment experience. That's what has happened to Ramakrishna. He was sitting in one place, playing with the deity. And she took care. She saw that enlightened master comes to this place and teaches him and leads him to enlightenment. And Totaburi says, after Ramakrishna became enlightened, I can never imagine, because Totaburi himself was a great intellectual Pandit. He says, I can never imagine somebody was worshipping the deities and I am pulled without my knowledge and share this enlightenment, and he became enlightened. He says, through your enlightenment, not only you became enlightened, you taught me a big lesson. You taught me a big lesson. Many times, we forget the power of intensity, abhyasa and vairagya. I can say, whatever may be the obstacle you are facing in your spiritual life, spiritual journey, all you need is this one truth, abhyasa vairagya, intense, constant practice. That's all. If you see the great saints' lives, it's not that they have done something big. No. What you do is not the great thing. How you do. The intensity. Understand? When I asked my teacher about this one question, see, actually, he will make me do all kinds of things. He will ask me to climb the temple pillar, the temple where he was teaching me yoga. He will ask me to climb the pillar by holding the one hand. I'll go up and down, up and down, up and down. When I was very young. When I started studying these books, suddenly I discovered there is no sutra which says climbing the pillar is yoga. And he will torture me, asking me to climb the pillar up and down, up and down. And of course, that helped me in one way. Whenever I don't want to go to school, I'll climb the tree and sit on the tree. See, in the villages, the big problem in Indian villages is very small place. They will send a watchman to every house and bring the kids. You can't escape. So, but this watchman is a very old guy. He can't climb the tree. I'll climb and sit on the tree. He'll never be able to take me to school. And this guy will, my teacher will make me climb that pillar, up and down, up and down. And I read the book, it doesn't say it's yoga. I asked him, what do you mean by making me climb this pillar up and down every day? Nowhere I see this yoga. He made me understand. He gave me an important click. I can say it's a very strong click. He says, with a strong intensity, any movement done brings health. Understand? I can say, this is the basic sutra. A strong click with a strong intensity, any movement done is yoga. I can say, this is the basis of our Nitya Yoga. Whatever yoga I am teaching, this is the basic sutra of the Nitya Yoga. It is not adding more movements to your life. It is adding life to your movements. Intensity. With intensity, any movement done is yoga. Without intensity, even if you do so-called yogas, asanas, it will be more or less an exercise. It may create an effect of an exercise. With intensity, any movement done leads you to yoga. He says beautifully, with intensity and intention, any movement you do, it becomes part of your bio-memory. It becomes part of your prarabdha. Prarabdha is the energy which creates your body every day out of Hiranyagarbha. Please understand. Hiranyagarbha is a space where you rest every night. Every night you fall asleep into Hiranyagarbha, means the darkness which you experience in the deep sleep. The darkness which you experience in the deep sleep is the Hiranyagarbha space, the Garbha, womb of the cosmos. That's where you rest every day. When you come out, he has described very beautifully this one secret. He says, every day morning, with what kind of thought you come out of your Hiranyagarbha. You see, Hiranyagarbha is a place, almost all memories are available. If you want to become a football champion, whatever is needed, health, intelligence, will be available. If you want to become a cricket player, all the things are available. If you want to play golf and become a champion, everything is available. If you want to become a rich man, all those memories are available. Hiranyagarbha is a place, the cosmic archives. Actually all memories, all intelligence, everything is available in the cosmic archive, in the Hiranyagarbha. When you take your body, which thought inspires you to take your body, that kind of engraved memories, karma, you bring out of Hiranyagarbha. If you think, I should get up, I should get up to go for my job, then you bring what you need to do for that job. That kind of memories, you bring it out and you come out. Every day, early morning, what you think, that kind of memory only will be inserted, downloaded inside your system to live your life. That is why the morning first thought is given so much of importance in our tradition. The moment you get up, you are expected to bring some divine energies and divine mantras and divine chants and divine feelings to your being, so that you bring that kind of prarabdha. See, every night is your death, every morning is your birth. I can say the long sleep is death, short death is sleep. Short death is sleep, long sleep is a death. So every morning when you get up, all the prarabdha is available for you. You can do anything, you can exchange. You may ask, this looks too much, this looks too big thing. It is, please understand, it is. Because of your continuous habit, you bring the same set of samskara. If you decide to change from today, you can change. From today, if you decide to change, every day morning, first thought, if you strongly create some new thought, you want to be a different person, you will suddenly see that kind of memory, that kind of prarabdha, that kind of energy, that kind of samskaras, you will start expressing, you will start radiating, you will start living. And he says, of course, it is true. I myself have experienced this truth in my own life. Early morning, when you get up, if you decide, I want to play golf. If you have a strong thought, I want to play football, I want to play cricket, you will see, you bring that kind of body setup, that kind of prarabdha. That prarabdha designs your body. That prarabdha designs your body. He says, any thought which you strongly, intensely put inside becomes your bio-memory, and you will fall asleep with that. Next day morning when you get up, that kind of prarabdha you will pick up and come out and live. Try. If you want to try this. Ramanujam, the great mathematician, he says, when I come out in the early morning, I have all the answers for all the problems. All the answers for all the problems. Paramahamsa Yogananda talks about this. He beautifully describes how to use the power of dream, or how to use the Hiranyagarbha, every night sleep. If you intensely think anything, any of your action, anything maybe you are doing, just to fill that thought will become your prarabdha, and any movement you do for that will become yoga. Understand? Anything you do with intensity becomes yoga and brings health. When I understood this sutra, then I understood if I can carry the intensity, I should be healthy, then all my movements can become yoga. Can become yoga. So, beautifully, Patanjali describes in this one sutra All you need is abhyasa vairagyaha. In the next sutras, he expresses, he defines more deeply abhyasa in one sutra and vairagya in one sutra. With intensity, whatever you do is yoga, and all the obstructions are removed. Whether you are practicing karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, or whatever yoga may be, whatever yoga you may be practicing, all you need is intensity. All you need is intensity. I can say that is the connecting thread. Otherwise, just see our Hindu tradition, the Vedic tradition. If some master says, do this, the other master will be waiting to say, don't do that. Actually, the difference between two traditions of Hinduism is a lot more than difference between two religions. At least in some points, two religions may agree. But the difference between two traditions of Hinduism, forget about two traditions, two masters are enough. There is one Sanskrit saying, proverb, if two masters say the same thing, please be clear, someone is fake. Then how come each one is saying one thing, but everybody is able to lead you to enlightenment? How come? Start thinking, start questioning. It is because of this intensity. It is because of this intensity. I can say intensity is the ultimate sutra, ultimate truth. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam. This is the ultimate sutra for the whole yoga. Whether you have problems in yama, means social etiquette, social discipline, or problems with niyama, personal discipline, or problems with asana, the physical postures, or problems with pranayama, the breathing practices, or difficulties in pratyahara, the mental setup, or difficulties in dharana, the emotional balancing, or difficulties in dhyana, the restful awareness in your inner space, or difficulty in samadhi, enlightenment itself. The one and only solution, the ultimate key is this one sutra. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tannirodha. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tannirodha. Relaxing from these patterns through constant and intensive practice of unclenching. Patanjali has explained in last few sutras about the 5 different modifications of the mind. Pramana, the right knowledge; viparyaya, wrong knowledge; vikalpa, imagination; and nidra, sleep; smriti, memory. The 5 modifications of the mind, Patanjali has explained. Now he is saying, by constant, intense practice, if you unclench from these 5 modifications, you will become enlightened. I can say, these 5 modifications are responsible for all your problems. So wherever you are stuck, one master key, one master solution is this one key, intensity. I can say intensity by itself, independently intelligent to lead you to ultimate enlightenment without any technique, without any support, without anything from the outer world. It is self-sufficient tool for the ultimate experience, kevala jnana, kaivalya jnana, living enlightenment. So, understand this one truth, internalize this one truth, try to experiment with this truth. Maybe early morning when you get up, be intense about some one idea. Try for 10 days. Just be intense about only that idea. Suddenly you will see the things related to that idea starts happening in your life. The things related to that idea, ideas related to that one truth will start coming towards your life. People related to that idea will start coming towards your life. Situations related to that idea will start coming towards your life. You will start attracting all the things to live that idea in your life. Material, situation, body strength, body structure, even your body structure will change according to that idea, as per that idea. Experiment with this truth. You will see power of intensity. You will see power of intensity. Any one idea, pick up and intensely internalize that idea by constant remembering. When you fall asleep, be filled with that idea and fall asleep. When you wake up early morning, be filled with that idea and wake up. You will see in 10 days, your mind gets tuned to that idea, your thinking gets tuned to that idea, you attract that kind of situations, people, everything around you. You can see in your life. Only if you are hungry, McDonald's, you will see the McDonald's tower. No, really. Only if you start seeking, suddenly you will see your house is filled with yoga journals, yoga videos, you go through this kind of websites, all these things starts happening. It feels like a new world has opened. When you feel connected, suddenly the whole thing becomes new. Your body itself, not only mind, even your body will be in tune for that one idea, for that new idea. So, internalize this one truth. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tat nirodha. Relaxing from these patterns through constant and intensive practice of unclutching. Intensive practice of unclutching. So, internalize this one truth. The intensity, again and again and again standing up. In the Abhyasa, next sutra, beautifully Patanjali explains. He goes a step further, explaining about Abhyasa, explaining about what is Abhyasa. He gives a deeper description on Abhyasa. Just this one idea we will internalize today. I don't want to add more ideas. If I add more ideas, sometimes we miss the essence. We miss the essence. No, really I have seen. That's the reason I always work with one idea. One idea again and again and again and again it should be told, so that it is completely filling your being and you are internalizing this whole truth. Otherwise we miss the truth. We are waiting to miss the truth. That is a big problem. Sometimes we miss the truth if too many things are added. So I leave you with this one truth. Intensity is independently intelligent to lead you to ultimate enlightenment without any aid, help of technique or practice or anything from the outer world. Anything from the outer world.
Yes, welcome back. After those wonderful revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we are now going to move to another revelation.
Yes, Swamiji has beautifully shared how intensity alone is innate intelligence. It has its own intelligence to drive you from the pradapta that you have taken all the way to enlightenment. So without any support from the outside world, intensity itself will open up the Hiranyagarbha, which is the cosmic womb where all the Akashic records are stored. So anything that you ever need for your spiritual development is accessible to you simply through intensity. As Swamiji was sitting on the Pavarakandru, the rock in front of Arunachala hill, just simply sitting and going inwards, because of his intensity, the whole thing opened up. The whole 360-degree experience opened up in him. And all of us can experience all the different power manifestation, the various different states of consciousness, the vertical time zones of the cosmos can open up to us simply through this one thing, intensity. We always think intensity to be short-lived, just a peak in energy. But Swamiji has clearly defined that there can be no intensity without continuity. If it's not coming with continuity, then it is not intensity. So take the decision to stand up for your spiritual growth. Take the look inside, be it through unclutching, through completion, power manifestation, whatever it is. Pick it up and stick with it. Decide, I'm going to do this until the whole truth opens up for me. We're going to now enter into the next segment where Swamiji is going to explain about the cycle of birth and death, how we get caught by the desires and end up making the same decision again and again, fall back into this loop of the binding patterns. Pressing everyone to be in a space of deep listening and restful awareness, as Swamiji is telling us about the various different cosmic truths.
Usually, our actions can be categorized in two categories, pravritti and nivritti. Pravritti means doing the action without the spirit behind it. Without the spirit, just doing the action. Nivritti means having the spirit. When you have the spirit, whether you do it or not, that very spirit will guide you. When you don't have the spirit and just do the action, the whole thing will be reduced to ritual. It will not be spiritual. It will not be spiritual. I always tell people, don't do, at least with me, don't do this Pada Puja and Pada Namaskar, all these things as a ritual. The big problem is, without understanding they will fall. And tomorrow, without understanding, they will blame. Both the way, these guys will be superficial. That is what we do with everybody. Before we fall, we don't inquire. We are not clear to whom with whom we are associating ourselves. Are we really doing right thing? We don't inquire. And once you get some idea through somebody, some rumor, again you don't inquire. Straight away start talking. Both the way we are superficial. Superficial people never be benefited by the spiritual knowledge or the spiritual science. And here, Krishna gives these dhyana slokas to program the mind, to program the being, to take you beyond the social conditioning, to take you beyond the social conditioning. Whatever you think as you is nothing but pure social conditioning, including your language, your life and everything. Man was gone beyond the social conditioning. Small one-liner, beautiful one-liner. One Sufi mystic, he goes to a king and begs. He says, "Oh king, please give me one square meal." Mystics are always supposed to live by begging. So he goes and begs, "Please give me one food, one meal." Bhagavati Bhikshan, he just asks one meal. The king shouts, How dare you come here and beg? Nobody knows you here. Get out. The mystic laughs and says, true. Here nobody knows me, but I know myself. With your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself. In my case, nobody knows me, but I know myself. In your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself. Be very clear. Only when you don't know yourself, you are bothered about all the dishonor or the honor. And let you be established in your inner space beyond the conditionings. When you cross all these three layers, sattva, rajas, tamas, and go beyond the causal body, you enter into the space where you are free from all the conditionings. Mamai vamso jivaloke jivabhuta sanatanaha manashashtan indriyani prakritistani garshati. It's the same sloka. He says, people struggle with 6 senses. Shashtan indriyani, including mind. He says, you have 6 senses. 5 senses are this. The mind is the 6th sense. One thing important you should understand. According to me, mind is the only sense which needs to be controlled. All other 5 senses are just servants. Mind is the owner. Mind is the thing which jumps. And if the mind can be handled, then everything can be handled. Sariram yadavapnodi yachapyutkramadishvaraha grihid vaidani sanyadi vayur gandhani vashayat. The living entity in the material world carries its different conceptions of life from one body to another. As the air carries aromas, thus he takes one kind of body again, quits to take another. He says about again the samsara, the birth and death. Birth and death. Just how the air carries a smell, the consciousness carries your samskaras, the causal level samskaras, the mental print, and goes from body to body. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, will all the sins come with us? Please be very clear. Your sin or merit will not come with you, but the mental setup will come with you. For example, somebody has committed 100 murder. The 100 murder quantity sin will not go with him, but the attitude of committing murders will go with him and torture him. All your actions will be reduced to attitudes, like a capsule form, and that will go with you and torture the being. That is what Krishna says here. You will move from body to body. Ramakrishna says beautifully. It's like moving from room to room. When Ramakrishna passed away, attained Mahasamadhi, Sharada Devi is about to remove all the bangles, all the Mangalsutra, all the symbols of Sumangali. Immediately Ramakrishna appears and says, what are you doing? Where have I gone? I am here. I just moved from one room to another room. Why should you remove all these things? And be Nitya Sumangali. From that day, Sharada Devi lived with all the things, just like a Mahalakshmi. With everything she lived. And please be very clear, today in the modern world, these are all very easy. Those days, 100 years ago, and that also a traditional family. She is born and brought up, she was living with the traditional families, but she did it. Courageous women. I always tell people, you should not remove just because the husband died. What is the need? There is no need. Either don't wear from the beginning. If you wear always, that's all. There are people who don't wear from the beginning, nothing can be done. And if you wear all the time. Nobody can reduce the joy in your life. Nobody has got the right to take things away from your life. It is not that you started living only after his birth. It's not that you started living only after he came into your life. Then why should you die? There is no need. Two different individual souls are traveling together. As long as we are together, let us help each other. And when we have to depart, when the life takes us away, when the death departs us, makes us separate, let us accept the truth and live our life. And I always tell, male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only these guys go around. Male they only go around. Even if you see the percentage wise, statistics wise, only these people go around. Why should women wear Mangal Sutra? Male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only they need some control. Anyhow, nothing should be, there is no need for you to renounce anything. As long as you live together, live happily and blissfully. And when somebody dies, naturally allow the being to carry on in their life. And same way, you can't give another one example like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. How intimate they were. What beautiful life they lived. Throughout the life, they never had any physical contact. But the love and care which Ramakrishna showered on Sharada Devi, or Sharada Devi showered on Ramakrishna, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine that such a wonderful couple existed on the planet Earth. Ramakrishna will never touch the money. He is a Paramahamsa. He will never handle the money. And he will not even wear the cloth properly. That's a big problem. And they say that only at the time of photographs he wore the proper clothing in his whole life. Some 3-4 times. He will not even wear clothes properly. He will never touch money. But he will always collect the salary from the temple properly and make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Whatever money comes, the temple salary, he was a priest in temple. Rani Rashmani's Kali temple. He was a priest. So the temple will give salary for him. He will take that salary and tell somebody to make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Such a great people, such a wonderful love and care existed. And she also, even after Ramakrishna's death, she never felt Ramakrishna died. Always she will carry that Ramakrishna's photo and she will take care of him. You can't believe somebody sitting and talking with a photograph. Today means they would have taken her for some psychiatric treatment. Because modern day can't understand that this can exist, this is possible. She was so deeply in love with Ramakrishna, so deeply connected, so deeply felt his presence. Even after Ramakrishna left the body, she lived with Ramakrishna. In Tamil there is a beautiful verse. The woman who worships the husband, who will not worship any other god except husband, when she says rain will shower. Of course, here the word worship means deeply feeling connected. Let me repeat the verse in Tamil. Deivam tozhal, Korunan tozhezhuzhal, peyyana peyyum malai. The person who is deeply connected to the husband, who is not bothered about any other god, when she says rain will shower, when she says yes, the rain will simply shower. Means the whole nature will be under her control. When you are deeply connected, you will feel the other as God. Not only husband, wife also. the both side. When you feel deeply connected, you will see the other person as God. All the social conditioning, when it is dropped, you understand your life and death is nothing but moving from room to room. You suffer because you are not able to leave the situations which you created. You created, working so hard, you created a beautiful house, got a big car, created a big bank balance. Everything is ready. Now you have started living. Suddenly Yama appears and calls you, "Hi, enough now? Come, it is time for you to come." The only problem is, whatever you created, that is being taken away from you. That is the problem. That is why you are afraid. When you are out of the social conditionings, you are not afraid of death. You know it is just moving from one body, one room to another room. Srotram chakshus parshananja rasanam granamevacha adhishtaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another grass body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. One more important secret he reveals here, Krishna reveals. Based on your engraved memories in causal body, based on your engrams in causal body, you will create new senses. Understand? You will create your eyes, ear, tongue, nose and sense of touch, body based on the engram which you have in the causal body. If your mind changes, your body also will change. That is why in Samudrika Lakshana, there is a science called Samudrika Lakshana in India. Just by seeing your body structure, they will tell everything about your mind. Because they know the secrets. How your mind changes the body. How your mind can change your whole body. Here Krishna says, living entity creates your Srotram, Chakshu, Sparshanam, Rasanam, Granamevacha. All the five senses are created by your mind. Please understand, not only every time you take birth, every day when you wake up from bed, your senses are recreated. If you can change your thoughts, I can assure within 6 months your face will change. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, after I started meditating, in 2 months my face has changed. My whole body has changed. It has got a different grace now. Please understand, when you change your mind, really your body changes. You will have different grace in your being. Beauty comes by makeup, grace comes by meditation. Beauty comes by medication, grace comes by meditation. Beauty is different and grace is different. Grace is something which makes the other person pleasant, which makes him feel at home. Beauty is something like which tempts him, which makes him feel excited. Beauty creates rajas in other person. Grace creates sattva in other person. That's a beautiful example. In Tamil version of Ramayana, they say, when Sita entered the court of Janagaraja, all the kings and rishis, including Vasishta, stood up automatically. When Sita entered, see, Sita is goddess Devi today. We all worship her. But when she lived, she is after all a princess, there is no need for Vasishta to stand up. She is supposed to come and touch the feet of Vasishta, because Vasishta is a great rishi. But just because of her grace, not because of beauty. Beauty will not create respect in other person. Beauty will create only temptation in other person. Grace only can create respect in other person. She is so graceful. She is radiating grace. The moment she walked in, including Vasishta, everybody stood up and respected her. The being, inner being, the mind creates the body. Mind creates the body. I wanted to tell you one important thing. In Zen Buddhism, they say, when you walk, if grass does not die, if you don't create path on the lawn, you are qualified for sannyas. No, really. They live in small cottages, Zen monks. In front of whose cottage there is no pathway. In front of whose cottage the pathway is not created. He is considered to be spiritually evolved soul. They say, your feet should be, your walking should be so graceful, grass should not die. You should not kill the plants. I thought, how can it be possible? Just by the very weight, the grass will die. I was thinking, analyzing, till I went to one forest in Tamil Nadu. I went to a forest where they take you on the elephant safari. They will make you sit on the elephant and take you around. I went for that safari. They took me around, they made me sit on that elephant, and then the man who takes care of the elephant, Mahut, we call him Mahut. What do you say in English? Alright, understand the word, same word Mahut, that's all. This Mahut guy is walking. He is taking us for safari. We went round and suddenly it became dark. Of course, it became evening and dark. I asked him, now how will you go back? And this guy is neither having torch, nothing, or any flashlight. How will you go back? He said, no Swamiji, I know the route because every day I walk, my path will be there. I have created a path by walking every day. I know how to go back. And I asked him, elephant doesn't create path. He said, no. Understand, elephant also walks with him. Both of them walk in the same path. Man creates path, elephant is not creating path. When elephant walks, grass is not dying. Plants are not dying. Then usually all the intellectual mind, next step it will go, no, elephant has got 4 legs. So the weight is distributed. Man has got only 2 feet. Too much of weight is concentrated. Then I started calculating. What is the square feet? 4 feet. What is the space which is touching the ground? And the weight of the elephant. And man's space, how much of space is touching the ground? And man's weight. After calculating, I understood 4 times more weight, more load is put by elephant on the ground. But elephant is not making the path, man is making. Then, apart from the weight, apart from the pressure, something else is there. That is why Zen monks, they say, when you walk, you radiate your some engrams. You radiate your samskaras. If you carry the negative engrams, because man as such always carries violence. You can see, even when you walk casually near a garden, just pluck one leaf. You will pluck one leaf. And you will be slowly making it piece by piece. When you are standing, somebody walks, you should just pinch you and go. How you will feel? If he just cuts one finger and takes away and goes, how you will feel? You are doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing, but we are so insensitive. We are so insensitive, we don't understand what we are doing. And not only that, continuously carrying negative engram, weight. If you are feeling heavy near your stomach, always be very clear, you are carrying negativity in you. This is the area, navel. The Manipuraka chakra is the area. If you continuously feel heavy in that area, be very clear, you are carrying negativity. And that is nowhere related to obesity. There are people who are obese who will feel light within himself, within them. Inside they will feel light. There are people who are lean, but within them they will feel heavy. The feeling of heaviness is nowhere related to your weight. It is related to your inner space, mind. The person who doesn't feel heavy will never create path. Person who feels heavy, who carries negativity, will create path. That is why in Zen, when you walk on the grass, if grass doesn't die, you are qualified for sannyas. You are a spiritually evolved soul. Because you will be so graceful, you will not be against the nature. Human being is the only animal which went against the nature and who went away from the nature. Human being is the only animal who has gone away from the nature, who has lost the way, who is misguided, who has lost the nature. Here Krishna says, you create your body. Not only when you die, when you take birth, not only when you take new birth, every day morning when you get up, every day you design your body. If you get up with the right thought, you will design the body to execute that thought. If you get up with some other thought, negative engrams, negative samskara, you will design the body to experience that samskaras. So, and he says, what type of sense objects you create, what type of senses you create, same type of sense objects you enjoy. Adhishtayam manaschayam vishayan upasevate. If you create the positive senses, you will enjoy the positive life. If you create the negative senses, you will enjoy the negative life. What type of senses you will create, that type of things will attract you. You will feel tasty with that things. 40-year-old man can never fall in tune with a 16-year-old girl. In India, I don't know about other countries. Because his taste is different, his maturity is different. Same way, if your senses are created by a positive samskaras, you can never feel attracted to the lower level desires. You can never feel attracted to the lower level sense objects. Your senses, how they are created, same way only your sense objects also will be there. Please understand, only your mind will help, only your mind can decide what type of problems you will create for you in your life. Because it is your senses which feels attracted to particular sense objects. If you create them with a strong, right, positive engrams, you will feel attracted only to the positive things. If you create them with the negative engrams, you will feel attracted naturally towards the negative things. Utkramantam stitam vabi bunyananva gunanvitam vimudana nupashyandi pashyandi jnana chakshushaha. Nicely. He finishes the whole thing with a beautiful punchline. The fools cannot understand. He nicely fires people. And Krishna must have been a person with a lot of... See, the word muda must have been a slang word in Sanskrit. It must have been slang word in Sanskrit. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But once one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. I always insist. Morning, when you get up from the bed, with what thought you get up, that thought is going to play a major role on the whole day, on your consciousness. Understand? Usually how we get up? The moment you feel you are awake, slowly you feel that you are in the body. First thought will be either the fear that you should go to office or the greed that you should do something. The moment that fear or greed comes, you just jump out of the bed and slowly with closed eyes you ask, hey, what is time? If they say 8:30, just you jump out of the bed. You catch this body with the thought of fear or greed. If you catch this body with the thought of fear and greed, please understand, you will create the senses which will again attract more and more fears and more greed. Please never get up from the bed with fear or greed. Have alarm. The moment alarm rings, it will be just 2-3 days practice. After that it will become a automatic system in you. Just for 2-3 days, the moment you feel that you are awake, remember either your Ishta Devata or God or some spiritual things. If you are attached to some master, remember your Guru. If you are attached to some God, remember that God. Something spiritual. Please don't enter into your body through fear or greed gate. There are so many doors to enter into your body. Don't enter through fear gate or greed gate. Then you will create the body which will attract more and more fear and more greed. Morning, the first thought should be spiritual. Enter through the spiritual gate. Remember, some divine thing, some God or your master, and just say Namaskar. Oh God, you have given me one more life, one more day. Please be very clear. You are waking up just because of His grace. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed is waking up. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed they are waking up. No. Be grateful. You extended one more day. Extended stay. Just like extended stay America, we have to say extended stay planet Earth. Your every day is extended stay planet Earth. Please be very clear. Just be grateful for one day extension. So nice. You gave me one more day extension. Oh Lord, thank you. Let me come out and live in your world happily. One more day. Please be very clear. Don't think waking up is your birthright. No, it's a pure gift. It's a pure gift. It is not your birthright. Even your birth is not your right. What to speak about? Waking up. It's pure gift. Just feel grateful for that great gift and get up. When you wake up with the spiritual thought, whole day you will see, you will have that same consciousness, same kind of inner space. You can see practically. Morning if you get up with an irritative mood, whole day you will carry the same mood. Because that samskaras, that engrams will stay with you till you again fall into the causal body. From causal body you get up and come out. When you reach the physical body, on the way, what samskaras you pick up? It's like a mall, that three bodies, sattva, rajas, tamas. The pranic sarira, mental body and etheric body. From causal body you travel up to physical body. That time you see a big mall. Whatever you samskaras you pick up, based on that only you will design your physical body. Every day you recreate. If you want to see the reality, truth behind these words, just 21 days get up with a spiritual thought. Today go and take photograph of your face. Passport size photograph. 21 days get up with a spiritual thought. With the remembrance of divine. You will see your eyes will be totally different. Your eyes will be totally different. And one more thing, when I say some word, I take responsibility for that. I know the truth behind this word. That is the reason I am explaining. Please be very clear. I am not giving you some theory. This is the science with which I worked. At least 100,000 people are regularly practicing the meditation techniques which I expressed from my experiences. I tell you from that authority, this is one of the ultimate, I can say, deeper level technique to transform your whole consciousness. Don't pick up tamasic, rajasic engrams. When you come out, if you pick up the greed or fear engrams, you will create the body which will radiate greed and fear, and in turn you will attract the incidents, greed and fear in your life. When you get up, come out of causal body to physical body, pick up sattvic engrams, sattvic samskaras, peaceful, blissful memory. Remember some God, some Guru, something which gives you the spiritual thought. Come out. That is why our masters say, early morning when you get up, do meditate. Meditate a little bit. At least that first few seconds, your whole inner space will be new. So he says, only a person with knowledge can see the truth of this science. So now, whether you are a person with jnana chakshu or muda, only you have to decide. Here Krishna says, foolish cannot understand. Person with jnana chakshu can see the truth and understand. Now the whole truth is in front of you. It is up to you to be a muda or to become a person with knowledge eyes, jnana chakshu. It is now up to you. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, ultimate energy, universal consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to give us all the experience of eternal consciousness and make us beings with jnana chakshu and establish us in eternal bliss, nitya ananda. Thank you.
Yes, welcome back. After this wonderful revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the cycle of birth and death. So the Janma Marana chakra. So now let us move on to the next segment, which is an internalization exercise for the same science of rebirth and birth, death, and rebirth.
Yes. So in this exercise, we're going to analyze the various different patterns that actually keep us stuck. We have already looked into the various types of karma, how they express in our lives. Swamiji elaborately explained exactly how to identify the various kinds of karmas, how things where you feel you are stuck with, the patterns which feel suffocating to you. It is the pradapta karma that you brought. You feel suffocated by that karma and you want to rid yourself of it. That is an indicator for pradapta karma. You want to get rid of it. Then other patterns where you feel you are stuck with, but somehow they are connected to something that you want to experience. You want to use them to get some kind of enjoyment out of it. There's a clear sign for agamya karma. That is karma that you have actually accumulated in this birth. You accumulated it because you connected to some benefit for yourself. So you still think that this is going to be useful for you. You are not yet at the stage of being suffocated by it. And Swamiji clearly told that we are not going to be able to resolve the Sanchita karma because we don't even feel suffocated by it. We don't even recognize that it is a pattern. So we're not able to step beyond it. We're not even able to manifest a will to step out of it. So in this internalization exercise, scan your life and see, are you stuck with any thought currents? In which dimensions of your life? See in the dimensions of health, wealth, relationships, spirituality, and all other aspects of your life. What are the thought currents where you are stuck? And for each of the karma patterns you identify, write what is the liberating, the powerful cognition that you will apply to break out of it. So the moment you identify a thought pattern, a pattern in which you are stuck, understand this is the opportunity for you to have a major breakthrough in your life. Because the Sanchita karma, our bank of karmas, it is beyond what we experience as bondage. It is something which we are not able to recognize. So when we are able to recognize it, let us decide to live through it, to break it, and alleviate ourselves from it. So let us enter into this exercise. Make sure you have enough pen and paper, enough paper with you, and be elaborate in your description. If you have any questions or doubt, please let us know, and let us now enter into this exercise.
Krishna goes much further today to explain the deeper level samskaras, engraved memories. In the 14th chapter, he spoke about Gunatraya Vibhaga, the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, 3 layers of Prana Sharira, Mana Sharira and Sukshma Sharira. The next, yesterday, he spoke extensively about causal body in the Purushottama Yoga, how Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam, how the roots of the tree is centered, roots of the tree are in the physical world and the branches are in the causal world. That is why he says, Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Varnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavit. The roots are, usually the roots of the tree will be in the ground, under the ground, unknown space, and the leaves will be in the known area, known space. But this tree is opposite. The leaves are in the unknown space, the causal layer, the underground area. The roots are in the known space, conscious space, the physical world. And he explains the leaves are the Vedas, means the words which you are using continuously in your being. And he further explained how to remove the engraved memories in the causal layer and how to program the causal layer towards bliss, towards eternal consciousness. Now he goes one layer deeper, the cosmic layer. He speaks about the Daiva Asura Sampat, the qualities of divine and demon. Both, the beauty is both words have got same root. Of course, it is not accidental, because both qualities are rooted in the same energy. Just a simple decision. When you choose the word you became divine. When you choose the word me, you became demon. That's all. Same energy. Ramakrishna says beautifully, no energy can be destroyed. Your love can never be destroyed. It has to be turned. It has to be turned. There is one more beautiful example of Ramakrishna. He says, as long as the calf says aham, aham, the calf, as long as it says hum, hum, it has to work, suffer, and it will be beaten, all torture. Once it is killed and out of that skin they will make a music instruments. When you beat that, it will start saying tumi, tumi, tum, tum. As long as it says aham, aham, it will have suffering. When it starts saying tum, tum, it will start singing the glory of divine. It will be used for divine purposes. Beautiful simile, beautiful example. Of course, I am not able to exactly translate. In colloquial Bengali, he explains. As long as you have that idea, aham, aham, ami, ami, me, me, continuously you will be demon for yourself and for others. The moment the cognitive shift happens in you, you you will be a blessing for yourself and for others. Here, in the causal layer, you have all the engraved memories. All the engraved memories are stored. But in the deeper level, in the cosmic layer only, you decide. You decide, you are me. Let me explain it a small diagram where we take that decision. How usually our mind receives the data and processes, and how the cognitive shift can happen in our being. By now I think all of you know the drawing. Just for the sake of newcomers, I'll give a simple explanation. You receive information through eyes. For example, this scene. The file goes to Chakshu. In the Chakshu, the whole file is converted into digital file. Whatever scene you are seeing, that is converted into a biosignal file so that the file can be processed. The file goes to Chitta, where the excluding process of neti, this is not happens. Where you understand, this is not a tree, this is not a plant, this is not an animal. Then the file goes to mind. Mind starts identifying. This is it, this is it. This is a man, he is standing with a saffron robe, he is taking class, the idea comes. Then the file goes to Buddhi. Buddhi compares with your past experiences. Your past experiences with the person. For example, with me, if your past experiences are good, if you are happy, or your whatever you heard, if you feel positive, then the file, the Buddhi writes, yes. If you feel it is waste of time, or if you don't feel in tune with my ideas or the time which you spent, if it was not pleasant, then the Buddhi writes no. The file goes to ego. Then ego decides what is there for me, what way I am related, what gain I am going to get. If some way I am going to have the gain, ego says yes, let us sit here and listen. And if there is no gain for me, if I am not going to be enriched, then ego naturally says no. Then according to the ego's instruction, you decide. Your body moves or sits. This is the way the process happens. This is the spot where you choose what is there for me. Your vested interests come. Please understand, sometime the whole process will say, yes, I will have to sit. But this one spot will say, my vested interest is getting affected. Then you will never be able to sit. This whole thing may accept what you are doing. But if this one thing is not ready, the whole decision will be changed. And same way, if whole thing says no, if this one thing says yes, you will decide yes. Sometime when we do something which is not moral according to the social standard or according to your understanding, according to whatever data you collected in your life, the data collected stays here, the samskaras or engrams. You have so many data, so many informations. The data is available here. According to your data and the whole process, the final report comes no. But suddenly your ego feels, I get strengthened by doing this activity. Let me do it. So you simply decide to do that. You simply decide to do that. This is the place where you decide you are me. That's the only small difference. When you take the decision of you always radiate the divine qualities. When you take the decision of me, you always radiate the demonic qualities. Whatever strengthens your ego, please understand, even, let me be very clear, most of us sit here because it strengthens the ego. it strengthens the ego. Now you know much more than other person. You can go on, tell him, what do you know? Many times we sit and listen just for ego satisfaction. So if you sit and listen, even if it is Gita, if you sit and listen for ego satisfaction, be very clear, it is going to be only trouble for your being, no way it will be help. In the cosmic layer, this is the area you decide. If you decide with the attitude of you, the whole thing will become divine. If you decide with the attitude of me, the whole thing will become demon. And what you collected, see the engrams here, as such they are neither negative nor positive. The mind which is working here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. The chitta which is doing the process here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. So none of them are neither negative nor positive. Please be very clear, including the gunas. Even the tamas, by their quality they are neither negative nor positive. There are so many enlightened masters. You cannot make any difference between them and laziness. You cannot make any difference. Raman Maharshi, throughout his life, he was sitting in one place, one city. He never moved out. But you can't say he was in tamas, because he never took any decision out of me. The whole process was happening, you as a center, not me. As such, whether the chitta or mind or samskara, you cannot tell they are bad or good. In the superficial layers, they are neither bad nor good. But the decision which you make in the cosmic layer, in the deeper layer, that only makes them as good or bad. Please understand, passion and compassion are one and the same. Passion and compassion are one and the same. When you decide based on me, it is passion. When you decide based on you, it is compassion. We need to understand an important thing. Whenever it is passion, it will be strong in our being. But when it becomes compassion, it will not have that much of intensity. Means, be very clear, your compassion is also just a pseudo expression. Maybe for name and fame's sake, not for anything else. If you don't have that intense compassion, the way in which you experience passion, with the same intensity, if you don't experience compassion, be very clear, all your activities are purely out of ego. Including this Gita Jnana can become ego when the decisions are taken out of I and me. If the decisions happen out of you, not this Gita Jnana, even ordinary activity which you do in your life can become divine. See, we don't have to work on the doing, we need to work on the being. Doing can never lead you to anything. As long as you believe doing can lead you to ultimate, you are called karmagan, the person with karma. It is called Puramimamsa. Only when you understand the being can lead you to the ultimate, you are called Uttaramimamsi. In Vedas, there are two major portions. People who believe in doing, people who believe in being. People who believe in transforming the being, they are called Vedantis. People who believe the transformation ultimate can be achieved by doing, they are called Karmagandis. They continuously believe in doing. Of course, ultimate can be achieved only by working on the being, not on the doing. If you try to work on the doing, Either you will suppress or express. Either you will suppress or express. Continuously you will be fighting with yourself. Nothing else will be achieved. A man who can transform his being, only he can achieve the ultimate. Whether demon or divine, it is decided only on that one point. When you receive the data, process it and deliver the result or command, how the command is delivered, what is the center from which the command comes out. The command comes out thinking this one statement, what is there for me? What is there for me? What is there for me? Whatever you may do, including meditation, it will be only ego satisfying. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, at some point I felt such a deep ecstasy in meditation, such beautiful bliss in meditation, but suddenly within 2 hours it disappeared. It never came back. Why, Swamiji? How to have it back? Please understand, the bliss itself is choicelessness. When you are absent, you experience bliss. The moment you want it back, the moment you choose bliss, already you have chosen. The moment you choose, you will always choose suffering. All choices are suffering. And bliss is choicelessness. The moment you want to grab it, the moment you want to have it, when you are blissful, you allowed the bliss to possess you. The moment you want to possess the bliss, you will make it as suffering. When you want to possess, you wanted that to strengthen your ego. The decision is from you. Decision is from me. The attitude me. The attitude me decides. The moment the attitude I and mine, me, that when that decides, you destroy the bliss. You can no more be divine. When you are in blissful, you just set a capital no to me, the me idea. Just you are relaxed in the you idea. The moment you wanted to possess the bliss, you said yes to your me idea. Please understand, I have to use this me and you word properly. You need to understand that me and you word properly. When I use the word me, I mean ego. When I use the word you, I mean the whole existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is divine. You make demon by bringing the idea me in you. The moment you bring the idea me, whatever is demon. The moment the me idea is removed, whatever is divine. With me idea, whatever you do, whether it is meditation or rituals or whatever, receiving the knowledge, learning, everything will only strengthen the ego. Anything done with idea of me to improve the me naturally will lead to more and more ignorance and dukkha. Anything done with the idea of you, anything will naturally become divine and will lead to bliss. Pravritti, nivritti. Nivritti is centered on the idea of you. Pravritti is centered on the idea of me. Whatever you do out of me, it will lead to pravritti. Whatever you do with the idea of you, it will lead to nivritti. As long as you feel this is your boundary, here your boundary ends and here the universe starts, you will be continuously fighting with existence. You will be continuously fighting with nature. you will be continuously fighting with the whole. Please be very clear. Part can never succeed when you fight with the whole. When it fights with the whole. Continuously, whatever you think, speak and do based on the one idea, me, it will lead to more and more complications, more and more dukkha. Here, Krishna starts explaining beautifully the nature of demonic nature and divine nature. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. Again, throughout this chapter, only Bhagavan speaks. In the first chapter, only Arjuna is speaking. Bhagavan is silent. Means completely is expressing his ego. Almost the catharsis is happening. He is mad, confused. He is just vomiting, quoting all the morality, whatever he learnt, quoting everything, he is speaking. Slowly he comes down to the next level. He is allowing the Bhagavan to speak and the conversation is happening. First, he is expressing him, not letting Bhagavan speak. Then he comes down to the level of conversation. Bhagavan also speaks, he is also speaking. Then he comes to the level of little more listening. Now practically he is silent. In the 15th chapter and 16th, both the chapters, he is silent. He is not uttering a single word. That's what I told. No questions, only doubts. All the questions have disappeared. Now only small doubts. Means he is asking for more tips, more clarification, more understanding. Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samsuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastitihi Dhanam Tamascha Yajnascha Swadhyayastava Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodas Yagas Santirabaysunam Taya Budeshvaloluptam Mardavam Hrira Chapalam Tejatshama Drudisaucham Adroho Nadimanitaha Bhavanti Sambadam Daivim Abhijadasya Bharata. Let me give you the translation. Bhagavan says, fearlessness, purification of the being, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, and centered on the being, performance of sacrifice and accumulating knowledge, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to divine men endowed with divine nature. Now, when you listen all these things with the attitude of me, usually what we do? Start practicing all these things. Start practicing all these qualities. Be very clear, if you start practicing all these qualities, one thing is sure, you will become mad. You will become mad. Nothing can be done. Because you will be fighting with yourself. You will be controlling your senses to strengthen your ego. When you try to understand all these things, when you try to understand all these ideas with your attitude of me, I, you will start practicing them to strengthen the idea of me. to strengthen yourself as a better being. Again and again. Masters prove. Masters are not better beings. They are totally transformed beings. Better beings are different. Transformed beings are different. The other day I was telling you that lion and sheep lion story. The story told by Vivekananda. Beautiful story. In that story, the sheep lion, he doesn't want to realize he's lion. He just wanted to be a good, strong sheep. He's asking the lion to give some technique for becoming a strong sheep. Same thing. If you straight away start practicing all these things, you may have little strong ego. Understand, that is why all these so-called tapasvis, people who repress themselves, will have a strong ego. Will have very strong ego. People who do tapas, people who repress themselves, you can see very clearly they will be radiating ego. Because they are doing all these things to strengthen. When you do all these things, naturally you will strengthen your ego. You will strengthen your ego. When you are completely blissful, relaxed, then if austerity happens, if tapas happens in you, you will never expect others also to do tapas. I have seen so many sannyasis, especially in India, continuously they blame the householders. Continuously they blame them. You don't do this, you don't do that, you are not right, you are not pure, you are sinner. The problem is, when you suppress, when you force yourself to do tapas, you are continuously burning inside. So naturally, sometimes you yourself get the doubt whether you are in the right path or what you are doing. Is it right? You get the doubt. Then naturally what we think? We have to do something. The doubt is coming up. Let us make others guilty. When you make others guilty that they are not doing right thing, you feel now, yes, what you are doing is right. When you make others feel guilty that they are not right, you feel you are right. When you see when you suppress, when tapas is done by force, you naturally expect others also to do that. If they don't do, you create guilt in them, and by creating guilt in them, you wanted them to come to you and confess. When that happens, you feel more and more strong. Tapas is supposed to happen out of joy and bliss. Just as a natural thing, anything done by force is not going to help you. It will neither help you nor it will help the society. I have seen so many people doing tapas like Ravana. Ravana did tapas, but all his powers, it never helped him or others. He has become demon for himself and for others. He was killing others. Finally, he has destroyed himself. Because the tapas is from the attitude of me. What is there for me? To strengthen the I and mind. The whole thing happened to strengthen the I and mind. Please understand, whatever you do, whether it is studying the spiritual scriptures, or the charity, or social service, or the spiritual things, or puja, or meditation, whatever you do, to strengthen the I and me will always lead to suffering. It will lead to suffering. The instinct to survive and instinct to possess is what I call me. Me means instinct to survive. Instinct to possess. Instinct to survive is I. Instinct to possess is mine. Person who understands both Both are illusions. You cannot have the instinct to survive. Whatever you may have, you cannot survive. Please be very clear. The instinct to survive is pure illusion. At the most, you can survive as you think yourself 70, 80 years. 70, 80 years you can be alive as you think you are. How you visualize yourself. In that form, in that way, you can be alive maximum 70 to 80 years. But the instinct to survive tries to extend it, tries to make the life as eternal. Naturally, you are walking towards suffering. As long as you carry the instinct to survive, please be very clear, again and again and again you will be hurting yourself. You will be hurting yourself. Just today morning, I was talking to an ashramite. She was complaining to me that she is hurt even by a small words which comes from others. She was telling, I am too sensitive, Swamiji. I said, stop that word. You are not sensitive. A real sensitive person will be porous. He will allow the words to pass through him. Only arrogant people get hurt. If you are hurt, please be very clear, you are arrogant. You are strong like a stone. That is why words come and hit you and you are hurt. If you are sensitive, porous, you will just let the words pass you. You will just let the words pass you. You will never suffer. Suffering is always from arrogance, never from sensitivity. Person who is sensitive will never suffer. Because you will just allow the words to pass you. You will not stop them. You suffer by a word when you stop them, when you resist them, when you make meaning out of them. When you don't make meaning out of words, you never suffer. Words can never create suffering when you don't make meanings out of it. It's like just playing with words. We always choose nice words to support our ego. We don't want to say, I am hurt because I am arrogant. We always use a polished word. I am hurt because I am sensitive. Please don't cheat yourself with words. Let you be straight. Let the straight words be used. Especially in America, I see lot of polished words. Lot of polished words. People easily cheat themselves with the words. People easily cheat themselves with words. Please don't cheat yourself with polished words. Let things be straight. Let everything be clear. Never ever use the polished words. You can use the polished words to cheat others, but don't use it on yourself. Don't use it on yourself. A small story. One contractor wanted to donate a car, gift a car, a sports car to an official. Official said, no, I am an honest person. I cannot think of accepting this gift. I am not that type. Contractor says, in that case, if I can sell this car to you for $10, how it will be? He says, in that case I will have 2 cars. Be very clear. Just playing with words. Playing with words. Don't cheat yourself with words. Let us be clear. What is, let us use the same word. Ramakrishna says, Man mukh ek karo. Let your words and mind be straightened. Let your words and mind be straightened. Whatever is, let it be straightened with words. At least you will know you have problem. When you start using very colorful, polished words, by and by you forget you have some problem. You forget you have some problem. When you just play with the words, you yourself forget you have a problem. Understand? When you know, you don't know, at least you know, you don't know. When you don't know that you don't know, you don't even know you don't know. Be very clear. At least let you know you have a problem. Let you know that there is something wrong. Let us use the straight words. Shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. To achieve anything, shortest way is straightforwardness.
Yes, welcome back. So once again, wonderful revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now let us go into the internalization itself for the being versus doing. So we had a look at the difference between being versus doing. Now let us enter into the internalization exercise.
Yes. Life starts when you decide to cause others reality, because the real you is everyone around you included. But what you cognize as you in your deep-rooted pain patterns is your deep-rooted pain patterns and incompletions. So let's recap. Actually, what you think you are is only the pain patterns and incompletions that you are carrying. Because we feel so alive in these patterns, they are so strong. They create such a strong experience in us that we feel that our individuality is defined by these patterns. Some parts of you may be resisting life and some accepting life. Whether you resist or accept, don't allow powerlessness to settle in you, because we falsely identify ourselves with these patterns. We start cherishing them and we start even looking for ways how we can get a use out of them. It's getting complicated. So let us decide not to entertain any false powerlessness, live by our highest possibilities, and that happens through causing others reality. When we cause others reality, when we try to manifest the reality that other people want to experience, then we have to take responsibility even for their incompletions. We have to bring them to completion, and on the way to achieving that, we also get exposed to our own patterns that we are carrying, our own beliefs of impossibility. So we have to break our own patterns to cause the reality for others. That is why Swamiji put so much of emphasis on causing, enriching and causing, inspiring and guiding others towards completion.
Yes, and now let us enter into this internalization exercise of causing others reality. This is a two-step process, two-step exercise. First of all, step one, write down 3 instances in your life where you allowed powerlessness and you did not cause others reality. So you allowed powerlessness into your life and you did not cause others reality. So there was an option, there was a possibility for you to cause other people's reality, but due to your powerlessness, whatever it might be, so whether you were going through mood swings or whatever, you did not cause others reality. The second step, we'll go in a little bit in a few minutes, but let's start with this one. Write down the 3 instances in your life where you allowed powerlessness in and didn't cause others reality. Let's begin. Now let's move on to the next step. From your current updated understanding, write down how you will cause their reality given the same situation. So if you had the same situation again, and with your current updated understanding, write down how you will cause their reality in the same situation. Let us continue. Yes, welcome back. So after that wonderful internalization exercise to cause others reality. So we need to understand that sometimes we fall into powerlessness, and because of that we miss the opportunity to cause others reality. And we need to understand from the point of view that yesterday, as Swamiji has told us, we are everything, we are everyone. So the other person is part of us, we are part of them. So by causing our reality, by causing their reality, we cause our reality. So this is a very important concept to understand. So if we miss an opportunity to cause someone else's reality, not only do we not enrich them, we don't enrich ourselves. So it's very important that we do understand and we do enrich others. So in this exercise, we had to look at what would you do had you had that same opportunity again. If you do have that opportunity again, what will you do? All right, let us now move on to the next segment of our program for today, which is once again power manifestation. And the power for today is La Gima.
Yes, reducing the weight, making it something lighter, which is one of the Ashtamahashaktis, the great 8 powers, where you become as light as space itself. So fundamentally allowing you to float and to jump far distances like Hanuman without even sinking towards the ground. But you can apply this same power to any matter based on the space of oneness. There's no difference between your body and the rock which is laying on the ground in front of you, or the pencil on your table. So the weight of an object can be increased or decreased by the power of will from the space of oneness. And in our case, through the initiation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, without any effort, without any tapas from outside. So Swamiji has already done all the tapas. He has tried all the different kriyas, all the different aushadas, all the different ways to do penance. And he has mastered the science. So simply, he can initiate all of us. And he himself has the authority. He is initiated to have the authority to initiate us, even initiating us into initiating others. So as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji can simply infuse the energy that is required to manifest these powers effortlessly. So all we need to do is make ourselves available and build our feeling connection to Swamiji, build our bhakti. Swamiji has given the science of unclutching to reduce the thoughts per second and get a glimpse of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, where we can experience the oneness with him, not isolated due to any thought patterns that we carry, completely beyond the mind. So requesting all of you to please settle down and get ready.
Yes, in this round, we will be looking at reducing the weight of an object on a partner's palm. So if you have a partner around you, someone, perhaps a family member or a friend or anyone that is around with you. Now, we understand it's a little bit late for some of you. If you're unable to find a partner, then you can once again do it by yourself on your palm, on your very own palm. But if you do have someone around, it is important that you do have it, you do this, practice this power manifestation with someone else. So the way Swamiji has created this this program in terms of the power manifestation is that we go higher and higher level, harder and harder, slightly harder, just to move you a little bit towards and perhaps outside of your comfort zone. So this way, by slowly moving up, moving further away from your comfort zone, you start getting comfortable with other forms, other ways of manifesting this power. So then you have the confidence, you get the confidence that, hey, it's not only in my own palm, I can do it on someone else's palm as well. I can do it no matter where it is. So it is important that if you can have a partner with you and practice it on your partner's palm, let us involve the partner. Otherwise, if it's just simply not possible and not feasible where you are, then that's okay. Let us do the best that we can with the circumstances, and you can just do it on your own palm once again. So requesting everyone to select an object, whatever size, but if it needs to be on someone's palm, make sure that it's not too big and it can actually fit on the palm itself. And once you've selected the object, let us take an initial weight reading, a weighing of the object itself. So we can use a weighing scale, perhaps a smaller weighing scale if you have available. If you don't have that available, you could always use, depending on the size, once again, of the object, you could always use a container of water and put the object in a container of water and watch for the displacement of water and just mark that off on the container. Then when you reduce the weight of the object itself, once again, when you put it in that container, the water displacement will be slightly less. So you'll be able to tell on the different level that you've marked on the container. So that's another way you can do. Or if that's not available for you, you can always just simply go by the feel. So see how heavy it feels the first time, and then after you reduce the object, then once again just get a judgment and say, yeah, it feels lighter. All right. So whichever way that you can measure or get an idea of the weight, please go ahead and do so. If you have any questions, do let us know. If you have any queries or any doubts about how you're going to do this, please let us know in the chat box provided. All right, so once you have taken the base measurement of the object, let us start getting ready for the power manifestation itself. So let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us close our eyes and invoke Swamiji in our inner space, our Ananda Gandha region, just below the heart center. Just by remembering Swamiji invokes the Master in our inner space. He's available for us, waiting for us to call out, to reach out and touch him. Visualize your favorite murti, your favorite image of Swamiji in your inner space. The image that you feel most connected to. And just connect to Swamiji right now. And kindle that feeling connection to Swamiji in your inner space. And just take a moment and feel the energy, feel the love and compassion that's radiating from Swamiji, from your inner space. Feel the space of oneness with Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living avatar and incarnation of Paramashivoham himself. Just take a moment and feel all of that in your inner space. It's just you and Swamiji in your inner space. Now let us move our awareness to the Anya Chakra, the third eye, just between the eyebrows. And let us visualize Swamiji in our third eye. Look through our third eye into Swamiji's third eye. Now don't strain and don't concentrate too hard. It's just the way you would look at a flower. Just gaze through the third eye into Swamiji's third eye. As you do so, you feel an energetic connection from Swamiji's Anya Chakra, third eye, to your Anya Chakra, your third eye. Feel the energy just building up slightly in your third eye as Swamiji is awakening and energizing your third eye. Now let us make a strong declaration for the weight of the object in your partner's palm to reduce. Strong intention, strong declaration. No other reality are we willing to entertain. It's the only reality that is real for us is the weight of the object reducing in your partner's palm. Nothing else is real. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes, continue chanting the Mahavakya. From this space of oneness with Swamiji, from this feeling connection, the strong intention that we've made to reduce the weight of the object, let us now start manifesting this power of Lakima. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Yes, welcome back.
You can now take the secondary measurement, tell your partner to measure the object that they were holding on their hand in case you actually reached out to a partner. Take the same measurement technique as for the first initial measurement for precision, and let us know by how much the weight of the object has actually changed. Take a few moments and share. If you are yet to manifest the power, don't worry. As Swamiji says, it is not that you did not manifest the power, just you would have manifested less power. You would have not manifested enough power for it to fully express. There's a certain threshold of power that needs to be manifested for it to start expressing. And once you hit that threshold, it becomes like a neck. It's like a feeling, you know, oh, yes, now it is going to happen. So you might have been sitting for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 21 minutes, attempting to manifest the power. The power gets manifested even the moment you start manifesting it. Even if nothing changes on the outside, the energy is being channeled. But only once you hit that threshold, you actually see the manifestation happen. So have the will persistent and have the beginner's mindset, the willingness to experiment and explore the possibilities and powers. When you feel that every power manifestation is fresh and new, then you also won't be disheartened if you don't immediately manifest the power fully. So keep the will persistence and the intensity alive, as Swamiji had shared. Intensity is the only thing that you need to manifest the ultimate enlightenment itself. And also it will manifest all the powers on the way. So yeah, hope all of you, also the YouTube viewers, you're going to share your power manifestation results as we get ready to move on to the next segment.
Yes, and the next segment is experience purposelessness and be free from karma. So let us get ready and let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and let us give our full awareness to Swamiji as he reveals on this very topic.
What is the purpose of life? The moment you understand life is purposeless, the moment you accept the beauty of purposelessness, you will realize the meaning of living. Life has no purpose, but it has meaning. Purpose is different, meaning is different. Purpose means the goal orientation. You always think about the goal, running. Suddenly one day you just drop dead. The more you are goal oriented, more you will miss the life. Purpose is different and meaning is different. When I say the word meaning, living itself is a meaning. Come to this moment. Path itself is a life. Path itself is a meaningful thing. There is no such thing. In the end, you will be happy. You always postpone the joy. You always postpone the bliss. You always postpone living. Life is lived in a very superficial way because you think life has got purpose. Be very clear. Man who works just for salary, just for money, for him only the payment day will be beautiful day. He will be happy only on that one day. He is selling his 29 days for that one day. He is selling his 29 days just for the one day happiness. You are selling your life just for one day happiness. Please be very clear. Man who is running behind some goal will never be able to live the life happily. If you are working just for salary, you will never be able to experience the meaning of living. You will be able to run behind the purpose. I don't say don't take the salary, but let it not be the only goal. Let it not play major role in your consciousness. That is what Krishna says. That is what Krishna means. Karmanye vadigaraste mabaleshu kadachanaha. You can do only your duty. You have no right for fruits. If you think of fruit, you will lose the joy of living. You will lose the joy of living. The meaning of the living is experienced only when you understand the beauty of purposelessness. The beauty of purposelessness makes you realize the meaning of living. Beautiful sloka. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma baleshu gadachanaha ma karma bala hedurbur made sangosta karmani. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities and never be attached to not doing your duty. Two things we need to understand. One, he says, let your inner space be not contaminated by the purpose of life. Please understand, if your inner space is filled, when I say inner space, I mean your inner mind. Your mind. When you close your eyes, what comes in your mind is inner space. If your inner space is filled with the purposes of life, be very clear, you are running behind something which will never give you fulfillment. Which will never give you fulfillment. He says, let your inner space be not disturbed, filled with purposes. One important thing you should understand. By nature, your inner space is filled with Atman. Your inner space is filled with bliss, eternal bliss. The more you fill your inner space with other furnitures, purposes, the more you empty your inner space from bliss. For example, this room is filled with space. The more you put furnitures, the space will leave this room. Please understand, this room is not empty. No place is empty. It is filled with space. It is filled with ether. This room is filled with ether. More number of furnitures you bring in, the ether will be taken away. Ether will be moved away. It will be less filled with ether. It will be less filled by air. Your inner space by nature is filled with bliss. The more furnitures you bring in means the purposes of life. The more you think life has got purpose, the more furnitures you will bring and arrange it. The more you furnish your inner space, less it will be blissful. In the outer place, if you furnish your home, it will look very nice. In the inner space, if you furnish your inner space, it will look very ugly. Don't furnish your inner space. Don't bring more furnitures into your inner space. Let your inner space be empty. Of course, it will never be empty, it will be filled with bliss. The more you create inner space, more your life will be blissful. More it will be ecstatic. more it will be joyful. Your inner space needs to be emptied. That is what Krishna means. Don't be attached to the results. Continuously, if you think about the money, you will never be able to perform your action completely. You will be always goal-oriented. You will never enjoy the path. Not enjoying the path is the greatest hell, worst hell which can happen to any human being. Please be very clear. People come and ask me, Swamiji, again and again you speak about Dharma. Again and again Krishna says, Paritranaya sadhunam vinachaya dushkridam dharma samstavanarthaya sambhavami yuke yuke. I come down to save the innocent good people and to destroy the evil-minded people. Again and again Krishna says, you also say, Dharma is the only thing to be practiced. But in our life we see people who are not living according to Dharma, they are living more happily. They are having more property. They are having more wealth. How is it? Please be very clear. They may be having more property. They may be having more things in the outer place, but never think they are happy. Never think they are blissful. If somebody is not following Dharma, means naturally why is not following the Dharma? Ambition. Ambition is the thing which makes you to do all the mistakes, all possible sins. Ambition is hell. Nothing else needs to be done. Please be very clear. Don't think you will do some mistake and go to the hell. No. We do mistakes because we are in hell. The very ambitiousness is hell. There is no need for a separate hell. Don't think we will reach to a separate place called hell in the end of the life. The very ambitiousness is hell. People do mistakes because they are in hell. If you are happy, blissful, you will never disturb others. If we are unhappy, naturally we will vomit that violence on others. Ambitiousness itself is hell. Because the very ambitiousness is enough punishment. You don't need to curse him, or you don't need to think that he should be punished. The very ambitiousness is punishment. Just because of that ambitiousness, he misses the whole life. You can easily miss the life by having a purpose for life. If you have the salary as a purpose, you will miss 29 days of your life just for one day. Just for the one day. If you work just for the sake of weekend, you will miss 5 days just for 2 days. Unless your life itself becomes joyful, unless your working itself becomes ecstasy, unless that itself becomes bliss, you cannot experience what Krishna says by this sloka, karmanye vadikaraste mabaleshu gadachanaha. Please be very clear. Even if you think you have the right for fruits, even if you acquire the fruits, what can you do? How long you think you will be able to carry that? Nothing. Nowhere it can come with you. And your life will not be fulfilled just by the purposes. Purpose can be fulfilled, but by purposes your life can never be fulfilled. In our life, please be very clear, when you carry purposes in your life, you are not living. Purposes are living through you, that's all. Young age, somebody teaches you some purpose. This is the purpose of your life. You should become a lawyer. You should become a doctor. You are given a purpose. That purpose is fulfilled through your life, but you will never feel fulfilled. Never do the mistake of thinking you will be fulfilled when your purpose is fulfilled. No. Your fulfillment is completely different from the fulfillment of purpose. If you want to feel the fulfillment, you have to work separately in a different direction. It's a total different achievement. It's a total different dimension of your life. Fulfilling your purpose cannot give you the fulfillment. If you want fulfillment of your being, listen here what Krishna is saying. Here Krishna starts the Karma Yoga. Na karmana manarambhan naishkarmyam purushosnute na cha sanyasadeva siddhim samadhigacchati. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Beautiful. I think Krishna is the first and last master, as far as I know, because no statement can be ultimate truth. We can only say as far as I know. As far as I know, Krishna is the first and last master who declared the truth as it is. Two things. Always the people who are in the politics, people who are in the outer world, they know the characters or the truth or the techniques to achieve success in the outer world. People who are in the spiritual world, they know the techniques to achieve success in the spiritual world. But Krishna is both. Krishna is the only master who is enlightened man and a king. He knows how to give a technique to achieve the total success in the outer world and in the inner world. How to furnish your outer space and how to keep empty your inner space. That is the whole life. The whole Gita is only one idea. How to furnish your outer space to the ultimate luxury level and how to keep your inner space to the ultimate blissful level. Keeping your inner space in a eternal bliss and keeping your outer space in ultimate luxury. Krishna is the only man who has produced formula for inner space and outer space together. You can't expect this from a Buddha because Buddha has given up the outer space. He lived with just 3 pieces of dress and he lived a life of a monk. So whatever he produces, whatever formula he creates will lead you only to that state. But Krishna has lived like a king. Krishna has lived not like as a king. Only Krishna can give a practical instruction. Only Krishna can create a manual for practical spiritual living. All other masters, their manual is useful only for monks who are sitting in monasteries. Only Krishna's manual is useful for the people who are living the life. Here he says, not merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction. You can't achieve freedom from reaction by moving away from the work. I have seen one monk, he was considered as a great Paramahamsa because he will never get angry. His greatness is people thought he never gets angry. There is no need because he is sitting in Himalayas. He was sitting in Himalayas, people are there to give food for him every day. Morning somebody brings breakfast, noontime somebody brings lunch, and night somebody brings dinner. Somebody gives him clothes. What is the need for getting angry? There is no need. He is respected because he never gets angry. Usually, human beings always respect if somebody does something which they can't do. If you want to become respectful, if you want to have the respect of the society, just do something which others can't do, that's all. Any foolishness. Of course, if you see this Guinness record on all these world records, there are so many foolish things which you can never imagine. Which you can never imagine. Do anything which others can't do, you will have the respect. So this person is considered to be a great person, great Paramahamsa, just because he never shouts at anybody. Of course, nobody thought there is no need. There is no need for him to become angry because he is sitting in Himalayas. Somehow, somebody inspired him. Master, let us go for a Kumbh Mela in Nasik. There is a Kumbh Mela program in Nasik. Let us go to that program for Kumbh Mela. Biggest gathering in the whole humanity happens in India. Every 4 years it happens. Every 4 years, biggest gathering in humanity happens in India. Not only spiritual gathering, biggest gathering. The other day, in TV I saw, leader of particular religion died. Some 2 million people gathered, 20 lakh people gathered. So many TVs are declaring this is the biggest religious gathering. I thought, what is happening? In my village, every year people, 20 million people, 2 million people gather. In my village, every year, for local festival, 2 million people gather. I was surprised. Even international news channels are saying, world's biggest spiritual gathering. I was just surprised. Every 4 years, in Kumbh Mela, 70 million people gather in India. 70 million. Last Kumbh Mela is attended by 70 million people. They convinced him to come to Kumbh Mela. After he came to Kumbh Mela, when he went back, all his disciples left him. Because when he came down from the Himalayas, when his routine was disturbed, only then people understood he can also shout at others. He can also get irritated. He also gets angry. Please be very clear. As long as the situation doesn't come, all are great saints. Everyone is saint till the opportunity is given. Till the opportunity is given. Only when the opportunity comes, you can judge whether he is real saint or escapist. Abstaining from work or Moving away from work cannot give you the freedom from reaction. To have the freedom from reaction, your inner space needs to be purified. Your inner space should become empty. You need to remove the furnitures from inner space. Renouncing the furnitures in the outer world is not going to help you. Renouncing the furnitures from the inner world only is going to help you. The idea of purposes, thinking that life has got purpose, should be renounced. That is what he says. Just by renouncing, just by outer renunciation, perfection can never be achieved. Perfection can never be achieved. One more thing. If you renounce the outer world, the more you will be thinking about the outer world. If you renounce the outer world, more you will be thinking about the outer world. A small story. One enlightened master and his disciple, both of them are walking near a river. They are supposed to cross the river to go to their monastery, their ashram. On the way, young lady was standing. She wants to cross the river. She is afraid. She asked the enlightened master, "Master, can you help me to cross this river?" He said, "Why not? Please come." He just lifted her and crossed the river, left her and said bye and reached the ashram. The disciple was seeing the whole scene. He is not able to digest the whole scene. He is burning, maybe jealousy. He is not able to digest. After reaching the ashram, he is not able to control himself. He asked, "Master, you are a sannyasi. How can you touch a woman, that also young woman, and carry her throughout the river? How can you do that?" Master just turns, smiles at him and says, "I left her long ago. Why are you still carrying her? I left her there itself. Why are you carrying her still? Why are you bringing her here?" Please be very clear. Renouncing in the inner space, emptying your inner space is the real thing to be achieved. That is what Krishna says here. This sloka is straight away addressed to this disciple. Karmendriyani samyamya yaste manasa smaran indriyartan vimodatma mityachara sauchyate. The meaning goes, one who restrains the senses of action but whose mind dwells on sense objects certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender and an hypocrite. A man who keeps his senses under control but who is not able to keep his inner space under control is called pretender, hypocrite. Please be very clear. The quality of your life will be judged only based on the quality of your inner space, not based on the quality of your outer space. When you leave your body and enter into your next life, nobody is going to see the accounts of what type of car you drove, in what type of house you lived, how much of bank balance you had. No, these accounts will not come with you. How you live, how your inner space was there. What is the quality of your inner space when you lived? Only that you are going to carry. That is why they say, you are going to carry only the samskara, means the karma, the inner space with you, not the outer space. One more beautiful story from Ramakrishna. Who are all entering into the prostitute's house, what time they are entering, what time they are going out, how many are entering. He will keep all the counts because no other work, what to do? No other work. When you don't have any other work, you need to do something. You need to do something. Continuously keeps the accounts. How many are entering, what time they are entering, how much of time they are spending, whole thing. I think he is almost like a diary maintainer of that prostitute. He maintains a complete diary of who comes, who goes, who are the regular visitors, and who comes once in a while, rarely. Whole day is thinking about what's going on there. And that lady prostitute, she lives in a different way. She thinks, my life, my swadharma is this. This has been given to me as life. I don't know any other profession. I have to live only like this. For my food, I have to live this life. Oh Lord, but please save me. Let my mind and heart be at your feet. She is deeply devoted to God. Her inner space is filled with divine. Her inner space is filled with God's name. Her inner space is filled with the divine love. Life goes, after some time, suddenly, unfortunately, both of them die in the same day. This monk and prostitute, both of them die in the same day. Story is beautiful. Both of them reach the Yamadharma's court for judgment. First, she comes, the prostitute comes. Yamadharma sees the list of sins and merits, and he says, all right, don't worry. You lived throughout your life thinking of the divine. Go to the heaven. She is sent to the heaven. And the monk is coming. The moment monk comes, Yamadharma says, he sees the list of sin and merits, and he says, throughout your life, you thought about wrong things. So go to the hell. And this monk starts shouting, how dare you send me to hell? And you know he's a professional preacher, and you know he knows how to shout. He starts shouting, I'll sue you. Maybe he must be visiting America many times. Often. I'll sue you. He shouts. Yamadharma says, please relax. Here up in the heaven, we don't bother what you do. We bother how you live. See, by your body, you lived a pure life. Look at the planet Earth, how your body is respected. There, the monk saw, his body is respected like anything. All the people are falling at the feet of his body, and big garlands are offered. Big puja is done. It is being carried to big samadhi, and his body is receiving all the respect. Through body, you lived a pure life. Your body is now getting respect. But through mind, you lived an impure life. Now go to hell. Same way, she lived impure life through body. Look at her body. Nobody was there even to care. Because she is a prostitute, no husband, no sons. Nobody was there even to do last rites. Body is stinking. Just the government fellows came and they dragged that body and dumped it somewhere. See, through body she lived an impure life. Her body is suffering. But through mind she lived a pure life, divine life. She is going to the divine. It is more important with what you live in the mind. Your inner space is the real achievement. How your inner space is the real thing. Please be very clear. Again and again Krishna declares, Karmendriyani samyamya ya aste manasa smaran indriyartan vimudatma mitya saracha uchyate. If you can't clear your inner space, even if you control your body, even if you control your senses, you are called hypocrite. Your life will not be blissful life. Your life will not be a real life. Not only it will not be a spiritual life, it will not be life at all. Usually, our actions can be categorized in two categories, pravritti and nivritti. Pravritti means doing the action without the spirit behind it. Without the spirit, just doing the action. Nivritti means having the spirit. When you have the spirit, whether you do it or not, that very spirit will guide you. When you don't have the spirit and just do the action, the whole thing will be reduced to ritual. It will not be spiritual. It will not be spiritual. I always tell people, don't do, at least with me, don't do this Pada Puja and Pada Namaskar, all these things as a ritual. The big problem is, without understanding they will fall. And tomorrow, without understanding, they will blame. Both the way, these guys will be superficial. That is what we do with everybody. Before we fall, we don't inquire. We are not clear to whom with whom we are associating ourselves. Are we really doing right thing? We don't inquire. And once you get some idea through somebody, some rumor, again you don't inquire. Straight away start talking. Both the way we are superficial. Superficial people never be benefited by the spiritual knowledge or the spiritual science. And here Krishna gives these dhyana slokas to program the mind, to program the being, to take you beyond the social conditioning, to take you beyond the social conditioning. Whatever you think as you is nothing but pure social conditioning, including your language, your life and everything. Man was gone beyond the social conditioning. A small one-liner, beautiful one-liner. One Sufi mystic, he goes to a king and begs. He says, "O king, please give me one square meal." Mystics are always supposed to live by begging. So he goes and begs, "Please give me one food, one meal." Bhagavati Bhikshan, he just asks one meal. The king shouts, "How dare you come here and beg? Nobody knows you here. Get out." The mystic laughs and says, "True, here nobody knows me, but I know myself. With your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself. In my case, nobody knows me, but I know myself. In your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself." Be very clear. Only when you don't know yourself, you are bothered about all the dishonor or the honor. And let you be established in your inner space beyond the conditionings. When you cross all these three layers, sattva, rajas, tamas, and go beyond the causal body, you enter into the space where you are free from all the conditionings. Mamai vamso jivaloke jivabhuta sanatanaha manashashtan indriyani prakritistani garshadi. So same sloka, he says, people struggle with 6 senses. Shashtan indriyani, including mind, he says, you have 6 senses. 5 senses are this. The mind is the 6th sense. One thing important you should understand, according to me, mind is the only sense which needs to be controlled. All other 5 senses are just servants. Mind is the owner. Mind is the thing which jumps. And if the mind can be handled, then everything can be handled. Sariram yadavapnodi yachapyutkramadishvaraha grihid vaidani sanyadi vayur gandhani vashaya. The living entity in the material world carries its different conceptions of life from one body to another. As the air carries aromas, thus he takes one kind of body again, quits to take another. He says about again the samsara, the birth and death. Birth and death. Just how the air carries a smell, the consciousness carries your samskaras, the causal level samskaras, the mental print, and goes from body to body. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, will all the sins come with us? Please be very clear. Your sin or merit will not come with you, but the mental setup will come with you. For example, somebody has committed 100 murder. The 100 murder quantity sin will not go with him, but the attitude of committing murders will go with him and torture him. All your actions will be reduced to attitudes, like a capsule form, and that will go with you and torture the being. That is what Krishna says here. You will move from body to body. Ramakrishna says beautifully. It's like moving from room to room. When Ramakrishna passed away, attained Mahasamadhi, Sharada Devi is about to remove all the bangles, all the Mangal Sutra, all the symbols of Sumangali. Immediately Ramakrishna appears and says, what are you doing? Where have I gone? I am here. I just moved from one room to another room. Why should you remove all these things? And be a Nitya Sumangali. From that day, Sharada Devi lived with all the things, just like a Mahalakshmi. With everything she lived. And please be very clear, today in the modern world, these are all very easy. Those days, 100 years ago, and that also a traditional family. She is born and brought up, she was living with the traditional families. But she did it. Courageous women. I always tell people, you should not remove just because the husband died. What is the need? There is no need. Either don't wear from the beginning. If you wear always. That's all. There are people who don't wear from the beginning. Nothing can be done. And if you wear all the time. Nobody can reduce the joy in your life. Nobody has got the right to take things away from your life. It is not that you started living only after his birth. It's not that you started living only after he came into your life. Then why should you die? There is no need. Two different individual souls are traveling together. As long as we are together, let us help each other. And when we have to depart, when the life takes us away, when the death departs us, makes us separate, let us accept the truth and live our life. And I always tell, male should wear Mangal Sutra. Yes, only these guys go around. Male only, they only go around. Even if you see the percentage wise, statistics wise, only these people go around. Why should women wear Mangal Sutra? Male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only they need some control. Anyhow, nothing should be. There is no need for you to renounce anything. As long as you live together, live happily and blissfully. And when somebody dies, naturally allow the being to carry on in their life. And same way, you can't give another one example like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. How intimate they were. What beautiful life they lived. Throughout the life, They never had any physical contact. But the love and care which Ramakrishna showered on Sharada Devi, or Sharada Devi showered on Ramakrishna, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine that such a wonderful couple existed on the planet Earth. Ramakrishna will never touch the money. He is a Paramahamsa. He will never handle the money. And he will not even wear the cloth properly. That's a big problem. And they say that only at the time of photographs he wore the proper clothing in his whole life. Some 3-4 times. He will not even wear clothes properly. He will never touch money. But he will always collect the salary from the temple properly and make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Whatever money comes, the temple salary, he was a priest in temple. Rani Rashmani's Kali temple. He was a priest. So the temple will give salary for him. He will take that salary and tell somebody to make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Such a great people, such a wonderful love and care existed. And she also, even after Ramakrishna's death, she never felt Ramakrishna died. Always she will carry that Ramakrishna's photo and she will take care of him. You can't believe somebody sitting and talking with a photograph. Today means they would have taken her for some psychiatric treatment. Because modern day can't understand that this can exist, this is possible. She was so deeply in love with Ramakrishna, so deeply connected, so deeply felt his presence. Even after Ramakrishna left the body, she lived with Ramakrishna. In Tamil there is a beautiful verse. The woman who worships the husband, who will not worship any other god except husband, when she says rain will shower. Of course, here the word worship means deeply feeling connected. Let me repeat the verse in Tamil. Deivam Tozhuval, Deivam Tozhal, Korunan Tozhuzhezhuval, Peyyana Peyyum Malai. The person who is deeply connected to the husband, who is not bothered about any other god, when she says rain will shower, when she says yes, the rain will simply shower. Means the whole nature will be under her control. When you are deeply connected, you will feel the other as God. Not only husband, wife also. The both sides. When you feel deeply connected, you will see the other person as God. All the social conditioning, when it is dropped, you understand your life and death is nothing but moving from room to room. You suffer because you are not able to leave the situations which you created. You created, working so hard, you created a beautiful house, got a big car, created a big bank balance. Everything is ready. Now you have started living. Suddenly Yama appears and calls you, hi, enough now? Come, it is time for you to come. The only problem is, whatever you created, that is being taken away from you. That is the problem. That is why you are afraid. When you are out of the social conditionings, you are not afraid of death. You know it is just moving from one body, one room to another room. Srotram chakshus parshananja rasanam granamevacha adhishtaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another grass body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. One more important secret he reveals here, Krishna reveals. Based on your engraved memories in causal body, based on your engrams in causal body, You will create new senses. Understand? You will create your eyes, ear, tongue, nose and sense of touch, body based on the engram which you have in the causal body. If your mind changes, your body also will change. That is why in Samudrika Lakshana, there is a science called Samudrika Lakshana in India. Just by seeing your body structure, they will tell everything about your mind. Because they know the secrets. How your mind changes the body. How your mind can change your whole body. Here Krishna says, living entity creates your srotram, chakshu, sparshanam, rajanam, rasanam, granam evacha. All the five senses are created by your mind. Please understand, not only every time you take birth, every day when you wake up from bed, your senses are recreated. If you can change your thoughts, I can assure within 6 months your face will change. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, after I started meditating, in 2 months my face has changed. My whole body has changed. It has got a different grace now. Please understand, when you change your mind, really your body changes. You will have different grace in your being. Beauty comes by makeup, grace comes by meditation. Beauty comes by medication, grace comes by meditation. Beauty is different and grace is different. Grace is something which makes the other person pleasant, which makes him feel at home. Beauty is something like which tempts him, which makes him feel excited. Beauty creates rajas in other person. Grace creates sattva in other person. That's a beautiful example. In Tamil version of Ramayana, they say, when Sita entered the court of Janagaraja, all the kings and rishis, including Vasishta, stood up automatically. When Sita entered, see, Sita is goddess Devi today. We all worship her. But when she lived, she is after all a princess. There is no need for Vasishta to stand up. She is supposed to come and touch the feet of Vasishta, because Vasishta is a great rishi. But just because of her grace, not because of beauty. Beauty will not create respect in other person. Beauty will create only temptation in other person. Grace only can create respect in other person. She is so graceful. She is radiating grace. The moment she walked in, including Vasishta, everybody stood up and respected her. The being, inner being, the mind creates the body. Mind creates the body. I wanted to tell you one important thing. In Zen Buddhism, they say, when you walk, if grass does not die, if you don't create path on the lawn, you are qualified for sannyas. No, really. They live in small cottages, Zen monks. In front of whose cottage there is no pathway. In front of whose cottage the pathway is not created. He is considered to be spiritually evolved soul. They say, your feet should be, your walking should be so graceful, grass should not die. You should not kill the plants. I thought, how can it be possible? Just by the very weight, the grass will die. I was thinking, analyzing, till I went to one forest in Tamil Nadu. I went to a forest. where they take you on the elephant safari. They will make you sit on the elephant and take you around. I went for that safari. They took me around, they made me sit on that elephant, and then the man who takes care of the elephant, Mahut, we call him Mahut. What do you say in English? Alright, understand the word, same word Mahut, that's all. This Mahut guy is walking. He is taking us for safari. We went round and suddenly it became dark. Of course, it became evening and dark. I asked him, now how will you go back? And this guy is neither having torch, nothing, or any flashlight. How will you go back? He said, no Swamiji, I know the route because every day I walk, my path will be there. I have created a path by walking every day. I know how to go back. And I asked him, elephant doesn't create path. He said, no. Understand, elephant also walks with him. Both of them walk in the same path. Man creates path, elephant is not creating path. When elephant walks, grass is not dying. Plants are not dying. Then usually all the intellectual mind, next step it will go, no, elephant has got 4 legs. So the weight is distributed. Man has got only 2 feet. Too much of weight is concentrated. Then I started calculating. What is the square feet? 4 feet. What is the space which is touching the ground? And the weight of the elephant. And man's space, how much of space is touching the ground? And man's weight. After calculating, I understood 4 times more weight, more load is put by elephant on the ground. But elephant is not making the path, man is making. Then, apart from the weight, apart from the pressure, something else is there. That is why Zen monks, they say, when you walk, you radiate your some engrams. You radiate your samskaras. If you carry the negative engrams, because man as such always carries violence. You can see, even when you walk casually near a garden, just pluck one leaf. You will pluck one leaf. And you will be slowly making it bit by bit, piece by piece. When you are standing, somebody walks, you should just pinch you and go. How you will feel? If he just cuts one finger and takes away and goes, how you will feel? You are doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing, but we are so insensitive. We are so insensitive, we don't understand what we are doing. And not only that, continuously carrying negative engram, weight. If you are feeling heavy near your stomach, always be very clear, you are carrying negativity in you. This is the area, navel. The Manipuraka chakra is the area. If you continuously feel heavy in that area, be very clear, you are carrying negativity. And that is nowhere related to obesity. There are people who are obese who will feel light within himself, within them. Inside they will feel light. There are people who are lean, but within them they will feel heavy. The feeling of heaviness is nowhere related to your weight. It is related to your inner space, mind. The person who doesn't feel heavy will never create path. Person who feels heavy, who carries negativity, will create path. That is why in Zen, when you walk on the grass, if grass doesn't die, you are qualified for sannyas. You are a spiritually evolved soul. Because you will be so graceful, you will not be against the nature. Human being is the only animal which went against the nature and who went away from the nature. Human being is the only animal who has gone away from the nature, who has lost the way, who is misguided, who has lost the nature. Here Krishna says, you create your body. Not only when you die, when you take birth, not only when you take new birth, every day morning when you get up, every day you design your body. If you get up with the right thought, you will design the body to execute that thought. If you get up with some other thought, negative engrams, negative samskara, you will design the body to experience that samskaras. So, and he says, what type of sense objects you create, what type of senses you create, same type of sense objects you enjoy. Adhishtayam manaschayam vishayan upasevate. If you create the positive senses, you will enjoy the positive life. If you create the negative senses, you will enjoy the negative life. What type of senses you will create, that type of things will attract you. You will feel tasty with that things. 40-year-old man can never fall in tune with a 16-year-old girl. In India, I don't know about other countries. Because his taste is different. His maturity is different. Same way, if your senses are created by a positive samskaras, you can never feel attracted to the lower level desires. You can never feel attracted to a lower level sense objects. Your senses, how they are created, same way only your sense objects also will be there. Please understand, only your mind will help, only your mind can decide what type of problems you will create for you in your life. Because it is your senses which feels attracted to particular sense objects. If you create them with a strong, right, positive engrams, you will feel attracted only to the positive things. If you create them with the negative engrams, you will feel attracted naturally towards the negative things. Utkramandam stitam vabi bunyananva gunanvitam vimudana nupashyandi pashyandi jnana chakshusha. Nicely. He finishes the whole thing with a beautiful punchline. The fools cannot understand. He nicely fires people. And Krishna must have been a person with a lot of... See, the word muda must have been a slang word in Sanskrit. It must have been slang word in Sanskrit. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But once one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. I always insist. Morning, when you get up from the bed, with what thought you get up, that thought is going to play a major role on the whole day, on your consciousness. Understand? Usually how we get up? The moment you feel you are awake, slowly you feel that you are in the body. First thought will be either the fear that you should go to office or the greed that you should do something. The moment that fear or greed comes, you just jump out of the bed and slowly with closed eyes you ask, hey, what is time? If they say 8:30, just you jump out of the bed. You catch this body with the thought of fear or greed. If you catch this body with the thought of fear and greed, please understand, you will create the senses which will again attract more and more fears and more greed. Please never get up from the bed with fear or greed. Have alarm. The moment alarm rings, it will be just 2-3 days practice. After that it will become an automatic system in you. Just for 2-3 days, the moment you feel that you are awake, remember either your Ishta Devata or God or some spiritual things. If you are attached to some master, remember your Guru. If you are attached to some God, remember that God. Something spiritual. Please don't enter into your body through fear or greed gate. There are so many doors to enter into your body. Don't enter through fear gate or greed gate. Then you will create the body which will attract more and more fear and more greed. Morning, the first thought should be spiritual. Enter through the spiritual gate. Remember, some divine thing, some God or your master, and just say Namaskar. Oh God, you have given me one more life, one more day. Please be very clear. You are waking up just because of His grace. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed is waking up. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed they are waking up. No. Be grateful. You extended one more day. Extended stay. Just like extended stay America, we have to say extended stay planet Earth. Your every day is extended stay planet Earth. Please be very clear. Just be grateful for one day extension. So nice. You gave me one more day extension. Oh Lord, thank you. Let me come out and live in your world happily. One more day. Please be very clear. Don't think waking up is your birthright. No, it's a pure gift. It's a pure gift. It is not your birthright. Even your birth is not your right. What to speak about? Waking up. It's pure gift. Just feel grateful for that great gift and get up. When you wake up with the spiritual thought, whole day you will see, you will have that same consciousness, same kind of inner space. You can see practically. Morning if you get up with an irritative mood, whole day you will carry the same mood. Because that samskaras, that engrams will stay with you till you again fall into the causal body. From causal body you get up and come out. When you reach that physical body, on the way, what samskaras you pick up? It's like a mall, that 3 bodies. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. The pranic sarira, mental body and etheric body. From causal body you travel up to physical body. That time you see a big mall. Whatever you samskaras you pick up, based on that only you will design your physical body. Every day you recreate. If you want to see the reality, truth behind these words, just 21 days get up with a spiritual thought. Today go and take photograph of your face. Passport size photograph. 21 days get up with a spiritual thought. With the remembrance of divine. You will see your eyes will be totally different. Your eyes will be totally different. And one more thing. When I say some word, I take responsibility for that. I know the truth behind this word. That is the reason I am explaining. Please be very clear. I am not giving you some theory. This is the science with which I worked. At least 100,000 people are regularly practicing the meditation techniques which I expressed from my experiences. I tell you from that authority, this is one of the ultimate, I can say, deeper level technique to transform your whole consciousness. Don't pick up tamasic, rajasic engrams. When you come out, If you pick up the greed or fear engrams, you will create the body which will radiate greed and fear, and in turn you will attract the incidents, greed and fear in your life. When you get up, come out of causal body to physical body, pick up sattvic engrams, sattvic samskaras, peaceful, blissful memory. Remember some God, some guru, something which gives you the spiritual thought. Come out. That is why our masters say, early morning when you get up, do meditate. Meditate a little bit. At least that first few seconds, your whole inner space will be new. So he says, only a person with knowledge can see the truth of these signs. So now, whether you are a person with jnana chakshu or muda, only you have to decide. Here Krishna says, foolish cannot understand, person with jnana chakshu can see the truth and understand. Now the whole truth is in front of you. It is up to you to be a muda or to become a person with knowledge eyes, jnana chakshu. It is now up to you. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, ultimate energy, universal consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to give us all the experience of eternal consciousness and make us beings with jnana chakshu and establish us in eternal bliss, nitya ananda. Thank you. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nityanam, all of you. So we just received a powerful cognitions on Swamiji gave on Janama Marana Chakra, which is the science of rebirth. So with this we'll be entering into the internalization exercise. Now all of us have come to know that we are in this cycle or cycle of rebirth, again and again take birth. We do something, whether we get married, we have some career, depending on the time that we are born. We die again and we take birth again. This is science of rebirth, as Swamiji has beautifully explained. Now we'll be taking few moments in our life and scanning our life, scanning the thought currents, and looking deep into our life to cognize what are the patterns that we carry, to identify.
Yes, so requesting participants, you can have a pen and paper ready. So requesting participants to grab a pen and paper, and we will be going into this internalization exercise. Just giving you all a moment to get together the pen and paper. Says requesting, first of all, requesting all participants that have got their cameras switched off, request you to please switch on your cameras and please be available in the camera frame. So we have Rishi Razdan, we have Marvin, we have Zhu Xuan, we have Ma Suganyana, we have Ma Sally Chen, Ma Xia Wu, we have Jin Ling Hong, we have Fu Fang Zhen, Ma Amrita Vandini, and Ma Nitya Gora Swarupini, requesting everyone please switch on your cameras.
Yes,
if you've come on camera, thank you. So requesting everyone please switch on your cameras and be available for the program, be available in the camera frame itself. Yes, thank you for those that come on camera. So requesting everyone please gather a pen and paper. So before we enter into this exercise, you will need a pen and paper, so please make sure you have something to write on. Of course, if you haven't got pen and paper, if you want to just type, you can do that as well. All right, so once you have a pen and paper or something to write with, we'll be entering into this internalization exercise. So let us scan your life and see, are you stuck with any thought currents? And if so, in which dimensions of your life are you stuck? Any thought currents, any karma patterns? So have a look in all the dimensions, whether it's health, wealth, relationships, spirituality, and all other aspects of your life. So we'll be projecting the slide for you shortly. For each of the karma pattern that you identify, write what steps you will take, what powerful cognitions you will apply. So write what is the liberating powerful cognition that you will apply. So once again, scan your life and see where you are stuck with thought currents, with karma patterns, in which dimensions of your life. So scan through each dimension of your life, each one by one, health, wealth, relationships, spirituality, and all other aspects of your life, whatever aspects of your life you have. And for each karma pattern that you identify, write down what is the liberating, the powerful cognition that you can apply, that you will apply. So requesting everyone to please start this. Just one moment, we're going to display this slide. Yes, so the slide is now displayed for you. Please go ahead and start this exercise.
Yes, Nityanam, all of you. And we'll take a little break from this internalization exercise. And because the darshan preparation has already started, so as all of us are here to have the darshan of Bhagwan, the whole essence of our uh, waiting is to receive the darshan of Bhagwan, to so that Bhagwan graces us in our life, have the every bit of His grace, His presence in our life. So as the darshan preparation has already started, we'll be transitioning to the darshan preparation. Let's call all your family members, friends, and connect them to Bhagwan. It is Bhagwan who is going to uh, make their life, to give their conscious breakthrough in their life. So maybe you can reach out to who knows about anybody, your friends, your families. Connect them to Bhagwan as the darshan is already about to start. Yes, so let's get ready for the darshan preparation, and shortly we'll be starting the darshan.
And this was going on for quite a long time. And at one point, but the main intention that they both had, understand, remember, they don't have money, they don't have source of income. One intention they have, they want to become Sarvanyapita Yajamans. They just worked with this one intention. All they will do is sit, call people, and every person, every Chinese participant that is there, they'll connect with them, help them have completion, walk them through. And they used to do this intensely. One day, some miracle happened. All of a sudden, they manifested 10,000. Immediately, how would we all feel? Wow, $10,000. Let me take this. Now Swamiji has showered this upon me. Look, I enriched. Now this is a gift Swamiji has given me. Let me use this $10,000, right? But they decided, Swamiji has blessed us with $10,000. That time, I think it was Guru Purnima or Jayanti. Immediately, they decided to offer it as Tulabharam to Swamiji. Whatever money manifested miraculously in the bank, they just offered it to Swamiji. Again, as soon as they offered, the very next day, 5 times that same money manifested in their bank. And every time they manifested it, they kept offering it to Tulabharam. They made it like a cycle. Actually, that's why you'll hear so many Chinese participants coming and offering Tulabharam every single time, because this became like a big trend. Every time when miraculously money will come in the bank, they won't know how it's coming. The bank will confirm to them that this is their money, and will offer it to Swamiji. Again, it will become double, tripled amount, and then just like that, today both of them are separately Sarvanyapita Yajamans, and they have become Kailasavasis. Understand, this is the power of causing others reality. I can go on sharing. There's endless stories. So many people's powerful experiences. This is really the power that causing others reality has. How many of you here want to be part of this experience? How many of you want to have this experience? How many of you want to start manifesting that enriching? Enrich is a power. Enriching is not, oh, okay, I'll just go talk something and happen. No. Enriching, you try as much as you want, unless you break that completion happens in you, that pattern is broken in you, the other person will not be able to shift. That is the beauty of enriching. That's why by the end of enriching someone, you will feel enriched yourself. Like I have always had this experience. Whatever problems I might be stuck in, when I come for the program, I will see people ask that exact same pattern or similar questions. Then I just say, Swamiji, please tell me the solution for it. And by the time I enrich the other person to have a shift in that, really, I will have a shift in that aspect of my life. That's one of the reasons why I really enjoy being an part of the program, being an acharya, because it is an experience not just on the receiver's end, even on my end, because of course we are just an instrument for Swamiji to flow through and enrich. And in that process, even we gain so many powerful cognition sticks and breakthroughs. See, anyone, whoever wants to become Sarvanyapita Yajaman, Sarvangipita Karta, or you want to become a Kailasavasi, whatever your intention might be. Causing others reality. Just take up causing others reality as your intention. Like just take it up. Like a bow, you can take it up. Just become active in that. I understand many of you are going for jobs or you're managing your children, your family. It might be hectic for you, but at least in a day, spend few hours. Decide to take up this enriching and causing. By that time, you cause a few people, enrich a few people, make them have that shift. Like the best for me was when I actually saw both of these Chinese people. I am saying Chinese participants because I saw them. The way how if they used to come and sit in the program, and every day I'll also see them. They'll be sitting continuously. They'll be attending the program one side, one more side they'll be making calls. They'll be helping people, helping people, helping people. So many people. See, they didn't have money, but they will sit and cause people to have breakthroughs, becoming serving a Pidaj master. I used to wonder, wow, so beautifully Swamiji has made this for them. Then, in a matter of few months, I think 2 or 3 months, they had the first breakthrough, $10,000. Second breakthrough, third breakthrough. And they became serving a Pita Yajaman. That was like, wow, without having any source of income. See, this is a real possibility. This is the power.
history of Bharat and the impacts of colonization, we see that the colonial exploitation deeply targeted the spiritual, cultural, and social systems of Hinduism by systematically undermining its community structures and traditions. One glaring example is the Criminal Tribes Act, which went through several repetitions, evolutions through the 1800s and further. And what this act did was to criminalize more than 200 groups of Hindu society. So they were branded as hereditary criminals, so born as a criminal. Farmers were kept off their land, and the ability to provide for communities was taken away from these people groups of Hindu communities. The act had a devastating impact on Hindu society. Many groups, such as spiritual adherents, sannyasis, Hindu monks, and artisans, were stigmatized as criminals. So these communities were often the communities that were upholding the Dharmic traditions, the strength of the Enlightenment civilization, serving as custodians of the spiritual knowledge. They played vital roles in temples and services and the local economy, where the temple was, in most instances, the center of the community. So by targeting them, the British colonizers sought to fragment the Hindu social order and disrupt the unity. So the Criminal Tribes Act created a system and forced labor and loss of autonomy, stripping the communities of their dignity and self-respect, and it imposed a stigma that fractured their connection to the larger Hindu society, breaking the bonds of the mutual support and trust. So the strategic alienation and criminalization worked to weaken the social and spiritual coherence of Hinduism and left a lasting scar on Bharat's cultural landscape.
That's true, Maharaj. In fact, I'd like to add some more details to this. The Bharat Varsha at one point in time consisted of over 56 nations with over 10,000 traditions. When we look at the Criminal Tribes Act, right, of the 1871, at that time, by the early 20th century, there were over 150 communities that were actually classified as criminal tribes across British India. And the number of people it actually targeted was about 13 million people, representing about 5% of India's population at that point in time. So this had a huge effect and a devastation on the communities, because it deprived entire communities out of their traditional living. For example, artisans who were there, craftsmen who were there, and those who specialized in various professions that were there. Because of this, people were forced into labor, indentured labor, and more than 70 to 80% fell into unemployment rates. And that was actually the highest surveys. Even now, when we look at it, post-independence surveys, it revealed that these denotified tribes have the highest unemployment rate in the entire country. So till date, we have still not recovered from this.
Yes, Maharaj, just wanted to also add about how, as you had mentioned, the recent Oxfam report, which said that more than 67 trillion US dollars were taken out during the colonial period. Literally, whether it is the wealth that was looted from the Bharat Varsha, or whether it was even brainwashing and gaslighting every single Hindu into believing that our future is actually not good to be a Hindu, and putting the Western ideologies, whether it is in our society, whether it's in our culture, whether it's even putting it inside the brains of the young minds of the students, the people who are supposed to go to the Vedic Gurukuls, instead getting the education from the Macaulay education. So right from a young age, brainwashing and trying to gaslight Hindus into believing that Hindu culture is wrong. It is just superstition. It is just some kind of myth. You're following a mythology, and discrediting the whole history that we have in the name of myth, and the culture that we have in the name of superstition, and just superimposing their slavery ideas into the Hindus, and thereby just washing away the whole Hindu economy, Hindu culture, Hindu traditions, and the whole Hindu civilization.
Yes. And we also have Mangala Maharaj joining along with us. Yes, Mangala Maharaj, would you like to add a few points in over here?
Yes, thank you so much, Maharaj. So just to add to Tato Maharaj's point, I actually have a statistic here. By the end of the British rule, Bharat was left with low literacy rates of 16%, a low life expectancy of 27 years, and minimal domestic industry, with over 90% of the population living in poverty. So I think already the statistic was shared about how many, the $45 trillion dollars which was swindled from Bharat. But as Tattva Maharaj put it as well, and I think in an earlier statistic which Nyat Maharaj also shared, we had the most number of education institutes and gurukuls and schools, what we call schools today, in Bharat. And the number was not even in the hundreds of thousands, the number was in millions. And by the end of the colonial rule, that the literacy rate of, pretty much every village in Bharat had Gurukul, that had just drastically dropped to just 16% of the population at that time. And not only that, on average, how many years do people live? Usually you're expected to live till 60, 70, and if you live a healthy life, even up till 90. But by the time British left Bharat, people were living only 27 years. So on every aspect you take it, be it on the literacy side, be it education, wealth, and even health, on all aspects, Bharat was deeply scarred by the colonial rule.
Yes, Maharaj. Actually, I think the next question that we want to also address in here is a very follow-up question to what we have been discussing now, which is the imposition of the Western education system. See, this was actually a very systematic way how the entire backbone of Hinduism was broken, brutally ripped apart. So the question for every one of you joining us here is, can the imposition of the Western education systems during the colonial rule be considered a deliberate attempt to erase the Hindu knowledge traditions? Why and why not? Yes, those of you who would like to share your thoughts on it, you could let us know. Yes, Shuddha Shiva Maharaj, please go ahead. You wanted to add in your thoughts over here?
Hello, Nityananda.
Nityananda Maharaj, please go ahead.
So I feel that it was deliberate. Yes, I feel it was deliberate. The British policy significantly removed funding to support things like Sanskrit, the Veda-agamic traditions, as well as the regional educational systems, so they can impose their educational or education around English. And even with the cultural alienation that happened, Macaulay's education, he aimed to create a class of Indians who were, he stated, were Indian in blood but English in intellect, which erased the traditional values. And that really comes down to even in the medical schools in 1933, the Indian Medical Council Act, it actually removed Ayurveda from the medical schools, and they said, this isn't important, this isn't something we should focus on. And it just continued to with Macaulay's, how he approached things, it really put a decline in how the language and the culture, and they kind of disconnected that with language being the container for the culture as a whole. They really put a big focus on English, and even in 1835, the English Education Act stopped funding for schools that taught Sanskrit, Persian, Arabic, and other languages that were found within Bharat. So it was something where there was so much that happened. And even with Macaulay, hold on, he has said specifically, word for word, let me pull that up really quickly. He said that, okay, he said that describing the native literature as being inferior in all of the sciences is just being inferior. And that was something that led to a big decline. I'm still finding the quote. Where did it go?
Yes, actually, Maharaj, I would like to add in while you're pulling out the exact quote as well, right? It's actually a very important part. In fact, these records are even there in the British records. In 1823, William Adam, who was a British surveyor, he reported just in Bengal and Bihar alone, there were over 100,000 schools that were there. That is like a school for every 400 students who were there at that time. Apart from that, as Mangala Maharaj had mentioned, 700,000 gurukuls that were there before the colonial interference. And even when we look at the literacy rates, even in the rural areas, it was 60 to 70 percentage of literacy rates in the pre-colonial era. But if you look at it in comparison to the European countries, which was less than 20 percentage. And the Gurukul systems also had education for all sectors and all communities and castes, where 25 to 30 percentage were actually from the lower caste. This is actually as per the British records itself.
Yes, also we have with us Mangala Maharaj, who wanted to share about